What? Caralho, mano. Ninguém mata nada. Será que deu? Vai pra lá, já. Caralho, e usou o portal? É, então morre lá no meio então, né? Também dá certo. Nossa, velho, eu não aguento mais Greninja, mano. Ué? Que é isso, meu Deus? Eu que agradeço. É, tava com AFK, né? Deixa eu ir no banheiro e já volto. João Travanca, salve meu jovem. Nada, chegou, ainda nem começou ainda. Vai começar às 9 horas, rapaz, vai demorar muito ainda. Falta ainda 1 hora, João. Salve, João Henrique. Começa 9 horas, horário de Brasília. Acha que aguenta, João? Oh, então bora lá, hein? Faltou uma horinha. Muitos pokémons? É, e ainda tá faltando muito mais. E ainda deve estar faltando uns 8 aqui, João. Para a transmissão? Uai, João. João Henrique. É João de um lado e João de outro. Uai, João Henrique, se tiver provavelmente transmitido aqui no vermelhinho, dá pra gente retransmitir. Aí dá pra gente assistir junto. Mas normalmente sempre tem, né? Blastoise bombeiro, né? Essas skins chama atenção, né, João? Boot não tá funcionando? Não, hoje não. Deixei ele desligado. Morto pelo Garchomp! Oh, meu Deus do céu. Really? Amanhã começa a live? Uai, João, provavelmente um pouco mais tarde. Hoje a gente vai ficar até mais tarde? Nossa, mas que bonequinho flopado, hein? Time carrega, time carrega. Meu amigo. Nossa, velho, mas que é isso? What? Meu Deus. F internet. Nem a internet quer funcionar. Tá bom. Ganha espaço pro time. Bait. Bait. Nossa senhora, que boneco ruim. Meu Deus do céu. Por que eu fui pegar esse bicho? Tem pouca vida? Não, é que é ruim mesmo. Não tem um stun, não tem um slow. Minha ideia era de ficar ali no boot e fazer o objetivo sozinho. Só que daí veio todo mundo foi lá no top. Aí estragou meu plano. Saco de pancada, literalmente. Mostra ID. Procura Sigma bugado. Ih, caramba. É Sigma bugado, o S e o B maiúsculo. S maiúsculo e o B maiúsculo. O que será que a gente pega aqui, hein? Aqui meu ID. Procura por esse ID aqui que aqui dá pra achar. Ninguém vai na jungle, não? Se não for, eu quero. Vai, bolinha rosa. Pega. Bolinha rosa morreu. Nossa, o stun não saiu? Esse Intélio bate doído. Se não parar ele, vai apanhar. Como é triste jogar de Bruiser, hein? Bruiser aqui é só meu tio mesmo, velho. Rapaz, evoluímos na hora, hein? What? Sério mesmo que eles saíram com um de vida? João Travanca, obrigado por compartilhar. Não. Não, ela ficou com um de vida. Bom, pelo menos conseguimos cancelar a outra do Realidade, eu nem sei se foi uma coisa boa. Porque quando cancela a outra, ela volta com 90%, né? Deixa eu pegar meu 13 aqui. Preciso de bater, hein? Achei que tinha abelha ali embaixo. Ah, velho, errei, não. Ai, socorro. Caraca, ainda tem jujuba aqui? Tem um 1000 ali no top, mas eu acho que ele tem pouca bola, né? Vê esse boot aqui, hein? GG. Ó, pelo menos o Machamp. Com o Machamp a gente aperta as skills e alguém morre, né? Ou não, né? Tá todo mundo saindo com um de vida ali, né? Eu gosto de jogar com o Machamp. Quantas horas, chat? 8h30? Falta 30 minutos, hein? Pam, para, pam. Pam, para, pam, 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 parará. Let's go, let's go. Pera aí, por que eu tô indo com o Wigglytuff? Poxa, esse povo inventa de jogar tanque e suporte junto. Eu pego o tanque pra não ter que farmar. Agora deu ruim aí. Muito obrigado pelo farm. Como que ele pegou visão? Oxe, o bicho tava no mato. Ah, pronto, agora o maluco veio até através do mato. Ah, acho que tem muita gente aqui nesse top, hein? Dá um por si, hein, Ciso. Apareceu muita gente ali. Ô, descido, e acerta essa flecha. Socorro. Se eu tivesse acertado ali, eu acho que teria ficado vivo, hein? Muito obrigado, tenha um bom dia. Pensei em gastar outra, mas tá quase aparecendo Rayquaza ali. Tá todo mundo morto, né? Ó, briga de periquito, briga de periquito. Briga de periquito e coelho. Ó, periquitão aí tá brabo, hein? Coelho. E ó o Papaléguas morrendo. Pé, pé. Ó o Mamanóis. Ih, rapaz, deu ruim isso aqui, hein? Ô, Cramorá ruinzinho, hein? Misericórdia. Maluco me pega Cramorá pra ficar pagando. Olha a ideia do caboclo. Muita inteligência, né? Muita inteligência. Meu santo Deus, 20k. 20k. Nem de Garchamp a gente bateu isso. Aliás, bateu mais, né? Tem umas partidas aqui que, pelo amor de Deus... Jogar tanque e suporte pra esses malucos, não. Oxi. Nem ferrando que eles conseguiram pegar. Oh, man. Não. Nossa, mano, essa outra bateu tanto assim? Oxi. Caraca, mano, eu perdi. What the fudge? Mano. Sim, velho. Slowbro arrancou minha vida tudo. Pô, mano, mas esses DPS tá valendo nada, hein? Ainda bem que eu não tô usando focos, né? Imagina se eu tivesse usando focos, né? What the fudge? Caralho, 2k numa skill. Perdi 54% da vida. Tá então, né? TikTok bugado, live fechada e o som. Eita, rapaz. Como assim, velho? Que loucura. Mas peraí, tá saindo só o som? Caralho, 4 aqui no boot? Muito obrigado, senhor Greninja. Meu Deus. Só faltou um teco, hein? Que? Como assim, velho? Mano, chega disso aqui, né? Tá bom. Nossa, não aguento mais Greninja. Tem dia que esse povo invoca com os bichos. Misericórdia. Galera fazendo aquele batuque. Pra desfazer da raiva, né? Rapaz, tem que comprar um negócio desse aí pra jogar, hein? Imagina, gente com um batuque desse aí. Esse povo aí tinha que estar fantasiado, não? Cadê aquele chapéuzinho de Pikachu? Né? Tinha que estar a caráter, ué. Esse é tipo o Olodum lá do Japão, né? Ô, louco, o maluco tá batendo até no tambor do outro aí. Ô, louco aí. Massa, massa. Tomar uma baquetada daquela ali na mão deve ser muito saudável não, né? Ó, será que a tia vai dar um batuque lá no tambor?
Thank you, Tokyo Dagakiden, for that performance and for getting us off to a banging start. Good morning, or ohayou gozaimasu, to everyone here with us today and all the Pokemon trainers and fans watching from around the globe. My name is Anna Prosser, and I'll be your host all weekend long here in Yokohama, Japan for the 2023 Pokemon World Championships. The strongest trainers from around the globe have battled to earn their way here, and we'll be witnessing history as over 1,000 trainers compete across Pokemon Scarlet and Pokemon Violet, the Pokemon trading card game, Pokemon Go, and Pokemon Unite. Trainers will be going head to head to prove who is the very
Mas é campeonato de Pokémon Go, Pokémon Scarlet e Unite. Ô, louco. Aproveitou que juntou a nerdaiada tudo, né? Faz tudo de uma vez.
Please welcome to the stage, Mr. Tsunekazu Ishihara!
Como será que é o campeonato de Pokémon Go, hein? Será que os malucos têm que sair correndo? E correr mais ganha.
Minasan, konnichiwa. 世界大会にお越しいただきありがとうございます。私たちがポケモンの世界を歩み始めてから25年以上が経ちました。皆さんがここ日本の横浜での初めての世界大会に参加されることを大変嬉しく思っています。
Rapaz, não entendi a última frase não. Será que ele podia repetir? Ué? A voz do dublador ali não tá saindo, aí. Oh, mas careca só se fode, hein? Meu Deus, história da minha vida.
最も重要なものであり、世界大会こそがその最高の場所です。1年をかけて今日ここにたどり着いたトレーナーの皆さん、本当におめでとうございます。
Congratulations to all of the trainers who have made it here today after their year-long journey.
Aí, agora saiu, hein?
今日ここまでの道のりでトレーナーを支えていただいたご家族やお友達にも感謝申し上げます。
And of course, thanks to all of the family and friends who have supported these trainers along the way.
世界大会のたびにポケモンの最新情報をお届けしていますが、 まずはトレーナーの皆さんのバトルに集中していただきたいので、それは日曜の閉会式までお待ちください。
Here at Worlds, we always like to deliver latest news about Pokemon, but first, we would like you all to focus on our trainers' battles, so please wait for the closing ceremonies on Sunday.
ポケモンは私たちみんなで楽しむものです。その最高の楽しみである世界大会がいよいよ始まります。誰が世界チャンピオンの座につくのか、本当に楽しみ。
Falou que vai ter novidade de Pokémon no dia final. Esses primeiros dias aí vai ser só briga.
One of the most exciting moments for us. The event is about to begin, and I can't wait to see who will be crowned our new world champions.
皆さんの健闘を祈っています。
Wish you all the best of luck in your battles.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ishihara. I am just as excited as you to start the 2023 Pokemon World Championships. I know that Pokemon Go players are with me as an in-game event will be starting later today that features the debut of Passimian, Pikachu appearing in his World Championship jersey, and other activities to celebrate our event this weekend. Our team of casters and analysts are ready to prepare you for what's to come this weekend in our pregame shows coming up next. And we have more to share all weekend long, including a special series of videos that honor past World Championship moments and celebrate the themes of our community. Now, everyone who qualified and everyone who has ever competed in a World Championships is trying to make themselves into something more and achieve the status of becoming a Pokemon legend. That's what we based our upcoming First Worlds theme around, and it's called Legendary. Competitors here in Yokohama, get ready to report to your tournament area right after this. I hope you have a great event. Let's kick off the first day of the 2023 Pokemon World Championships.
Aquele Pikachu ali com a camiseta do evento vai ser o Pokémon que vai ganhar, pra quem foi lá.
The journey to the top is long and tough, and it takes all your heart and soul to keep on going. 夢にたどり着くまで諦められない。While your passion is a fire, always lighting up a path. It's the greatest you will get to leave them all. So do you wanna be legendary? So do you wanna be legendary? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win? The training has been taking all your life, and you need courage if you want to win the fight. Respect the opposition like a real hero should, then strike. While your passion is a fire, always lighting up a path. It's the greatest you will get to leave them all. So do you wanna be legendary? So do you wanna be legendary? Do you dream of becoming legendary? So do you wanna be legendary? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win?
Ó, ficou legal aquelas arenas ali, hein? Mostrando cada campeonato.
2023 Pokemon Unite World Championship. Championships from sunny Yokohama, Japan. We are live here at the Pacific Coast Center in, of course, Yokohama to crown a champion of Pokemon Unite this year. One of the most competitive years that we have had yet in Pokemon Unite, and we have 28 teams fighting over that title on what is an incredible...
Mais 28 times? O negócio aí vai durar muito dia, hein? Ah, quando começar o mata-mata fica rapidinho, né?
And of course, we are here to break down all the action. My name is Zoinks, joined here by Wonder Chef. How you doing today, Wonder Chef?
I am so excited. This community has been together through thick and thin this season. This has been the most exciting season of the Unite Championship Series, and it's all coming down to this. We're going to be crowning at the end of this weekend our second Unites World Champion. But if anybody wants to know or doesn't know how this format is working out for this weekend, we've got an explainer for you.
Agora vai explicar como que vai funcionar Paranauê.
Hello trainers, join us as we cover the format for the Pokemon Unite World Championships in Yokohama, Japan. Over the past season, players from all over the world have competed at the highest levels in their regions to qualify. Each competing region will be sending their best teams to represent them on the world stage. High stakes will test the resolve in the most anticipated tournament of the year. On the first day of the World Championships, teams will be sorted into groups, then face off in round-robin matches. The best teams from each group will advance forward. This takes us into the second day, where the top teams from day one will battle through a double elimination bracket, all the way to the grand final. Everything is on the line here, as the winning team can look forward to being crowned the world champions, as well as
aquele formato padrão. Todo mundo briga no primeiro. Quem tiver mais vitória passa pro mata-mata.
Who will ultimately win? Will there be any surprises? Comeback stories? You never know what'll go down. Be sure to tune in and find out.
We have gathered champions here today, but we can only crown one by the end of the weekend. And of course, there's a long road to doing that. Wonder Chef, why don't you break that down for the people about how we are going to get to that point?
Oh, that's right. Of course, we are going to be starting today here with an 8-group round robin. Now, each of these teams is going to play against every other team within their group. The single team in each group with the best results is making it to tomorrow for the finals bracket. It's going to be best of 3. 8 teams are going to make it. Like I said, one from every group, and it'll be double elimination, where eventually...
A final vai ser melhor de 5.
Best of 5 to decide who are
É, pra não ficar muito rápido, né? O jogo já é rápido, né?
Crowning a champion, we are also awarding a whole lot of prize pool, $500,000 on the line, with first place taking home a grand prize of $100,000. The stakes
Agora estão mostrando os prêmios.
And because of that, we actually brought along some extra help. Welcome to the show, Kellosaurus. Thank you so much for joining us.
Hello, Zoinks and Wonder Chef. It is wonderful to be here. I'm hyped, you're hyped, the crowd is hyped, but also those trainers from home are also hyped. So I cannot wait to see how today pans out.
Oh, me neither. And it's going to be so exciting from start to finish. Let's take a look at the first 4 groups that we have here today. A, B, C, and D rounding out our first 4. And of course,
cadê o Brasil? O Brasil tá no C?
That's right, and you'll notice
O Brasil tá no C, o 00 Nation.
Teams, the regions have been split up within their groups, so the only way they're going to be playing against each other early is if they end up doing very
well. Tá fácil de passar, hein? Só tem que bater em 3, hein?
You can see the second half of our teams here, group E, F, G, and H, and let me tell you, these groups are just absolutely terrifying, just at the maximum level of talent across the board.
Yeah. Absolutely. Well, let's take a deep dive into, we're going to take a deep dive into each of those groups in just a second here. But obviously, so much talent across the board. So many regions. Kello, is there any region you specifically have your eye on?
Look, obviously being from the OC region, I have to cheer for my folks at home.
Absolutely. All right, well, let's deep dive into each of these regions. Starting out with Group A, we have Peru from Latin America South, Secret Ship from Japan, Team 3 Stars from Korea, and Latin America North's team is going to be Hoenn, the 2nd seed. A very, very solid group. And we're going to start off with Team Peru here. An incredibly successful season all year long. A ton of championship points, only having one slightly worse...
Rapaz, aquele Wigglytuff ele entrou com vontade, hein? Ó.
But now it's their chance to prove it on the world stage against so many other teams.
That's right. This is going to be very cool to see all of these regions go up against each other. This is a great one to start off with this group to see an example of that because, of course, the team Peru is going to be fighting against very soon. One of them is Secret Ship, and Secret Ship is a team that, of course, is coming out as 1st seed out of Japan, a region that has been looking very, very strong in Pokemon Unite as of recently.
Dragonite Insta foi ultado.
Especially Japan, and so I'm very excited to see them in particular. Of course, we've all got the home turf advantage.
Esse daí são os melhores momentos das clarificatórias dos times.
3 stars. I need to know if we can actually rate them 3 stars out of 3 today. We'll obviously have to see how they pan up against these teams, but there's also Hoenn from Latin American North. We're going to have to see how they go.
Yeah, I'm excited to watch Hoenn on this main stage. Absolutely. 2nd seed coming out of their region. However, the start of the season within their region was all them. Hoenn was untouchable in the first few monthly finals. AOS Cup was the first slip up for them, but I mean, a super, super solid team. Latin America North definitely proving to be one of the more aggressive team fight focused regions. Hoenn really encapsulates that strategy really well. I'm excited to see that. Watch out for Kira on that main tank. That's the player I have in mind when I am watching Team Hoenn. So I'm excited to see that roster play.
That's right, but we gotta move on. There are so many teams to talk about. Group B even. Rex Region Kion, Exo Clan, Nouns Esports, and Orangutan gonna be rounding out this group. And we can start off with RRQ. Honestly, we have so many of these teams from APAC West. I kind of feel like just even talking about this as a region just to kind of cap things off here, where APAC in general is showing a lot of really good promise. And when we talk to a lot of these teams, there have been a lot
Mas aquele Opa ali não morreu?
Que
loucura.
APAC East that have really been on the radar a little bit more than I think a lot of people thought, and of course RRQ is going to be one of those teams.
Oh, it's not just those battles internally within those regions, but it's obviously all of these other battles. But one team that I have my eye on is definitely Exo Clan. Obviously being from the OC region, the #1 seed, definitely keep your eye out on Ethos. They played a spectacular game in the regionals.
Oh, yeah, the skill caliber on Exo Clan seems really, really high. I'm excited to see it when they go up against opponents the caliber of Nouns Esports. Now, a lot of people have this name front and center in their tournament predictions because they, of course, were the 2nd seed from EU, but also the runner-up at last year's World Championships. So much stage experience now, a Worlds...
Rapaz, o maluco levou Garchamp pro campeonato. E esse tem coragem. Believers. Esse aí é believer mesmo. Acreditou.
Team, of course, so really one that we're going to be looking at. But another team that I'm personally going to be looking at, of course, the final team of this is going to be Orangutan. I was talking about the APAC, both the regions, for a good reason at the start of this group, and that's what we've got, of course, Orangutan as well, which is a very, very strong team with a very wild play style. From everything that I've seen from them, I'm really excited to see how they play. They bring some very unique things to the table, and we'll see exactly what that might be this time around. I know we're going to be seeing a lot of very cool surprise picks throughout the weekend. We're going to be seeing a lot of surprises, and I feel like this might be one of the teams that could be bringing it to us.
Now, I think we need to move on to Group C. Who do we have in this group?
O grupo C.
We have from the
BR, porra.
Bobo Believers. From Brazil, we have 00 Nation and OC region returning team iClan. So, obviously, iClan, they do have that stage experience. They've experienced Worlds last year, and I believe some of the players from 00 Nation also did too. But we obviously have those fan favorites, Tally, Bobo Believers. Zoinks, what do you think about this team?
I mean, there's so many people's prediction to be the champion at the end of this weekend. They have such an incredible season, and just watching their gameplay, they truly look untouchable. Not only that, they are coming 2nd place overall in terms of championship points for this entire event, so a lot of success following them there. They have such an interesting playstyle, and well, when I say interesting, I mean their playstyle is to win a whole lot from the start of the game all the way to the end of the game. A very competitive team, and, well, they have that reputation for a reason. I'm excited to see Talibobo play this weekend.
I guess it's a pretty good playstyle, just to win.
Correct.
Winning as a playstyle, yeah, I'll take that for sure. But if there is one team that I feel like stands a great chance against Talibobo, well, at least one of maybe three that really could be looking to take them down, it's 0-0 Nation. They are the team that has been dominant as well within their own region, and honestly, just being able to talk to them a little bit before the actual tournament started, I felt like their mental was so good. They are here, they are happy, they have been taking a little bit more relaxed and just feeling like they are confident in what they've been doing.
Vai ser o melhor momento do time BR.
Overall, if we look at the entire season of UCS,
A qualidade tá tão ruim.
they are just so incredibly strong. So already there's a reason why people have been looking at this group and saying this is kind of the one that's the hardest to get out of. Of course, they're all going to be very difficult, but just having Talibobo Believers, 0-0 Nation, and Icon all in one group, and like Hella mentioned, lots of experience from.
Rapaz, eles ganharam com o Mr. Mine?
Definitely,
Tô
and that
louco.
experience is going to come intact. Obviously, once these teams are up on stage, the pressure is going to be on. But you know what? It all comes down to that moment, that 10 minutes that we do have.
Absolutely. And a team that's made spoiler level plays like that before.
Caraca, o Igglytuff segurou o gol sozinho.
And they were here last year as well. Definitely made their own dreams happen, broke some dreams of other teams as well. Icon definitely the underdog of this group. I think that is fair to say. However, the talent they're coming into this tournament with is also immense. Untamed the great Chandelure play in regionals look fantastic. I think we're going to see a repeat of that again. And of course, we're going to have Rip on that tank. Now, we are going to be looking at Group D, which is Agile from Korea, Fusion from Latin America North,
O grupo D tá o outro grupo BR. O time do Brasil só tem dois.
Talking about Team Agile from Korea, shall we? They are the champions from the Korean region, an extremely strong team, and having a lot of experience as well. 3 of their team members playing on Team No-Show in Korea last year, so coming in with a lot of talent, and of course that grand finals from them in the Korean home region looked fantastic. They look really, really strong there.
And then, of course, also Fusion within this group. And I know I just keep kind of going back to talking about the regions in general, but I feel like it's so important. We have so many regions from across the world battling it out today. But Latin America North, I've gone on record saying that I feel like this may be Latin America or Brazil's kind of weekend right now. Like, we're going to see them pop off. I don't know who's going to win, but I feel like we're going to see a lot of these teams play very strong. And Fusion is, again, one of those teams that I'm very much looking at just on a personal level. I feel like there's been so much competition within those regions that they've all leveled up immensely.
Oh, they have leveled up immensely indeed. But you know what? A team that leveled up from the NA region is Amaterasu, obviously being the 2nd seed there. I do have my eye on rolling it down, being that flex player, but also Nudo on the tank. We have seen some incredible support and plays from that player.
Yeah, that role swap for them has been really good, by the way, right? So Nudo playing a lot of different roles in their competitive history. However, switching up to the defender position has been fantastic for this team, I think. Nudo definitely a good play.
Mas o Dudri ali ficou brigando com 3, hein? Bom, se bem que ele não tava sozinho, né? Tinha uma Confei ali com ele. Ó, agora tá sozinho de novo. Ih, a Confei abandonou ele.
From the Brazil region. They were playing under a few different names, so the B-roll here saying that True Esports is this squad. You know, they just got to change their names too much. A bit of a Rolodex of a team. However, they were 2nd seed coming out of this region, but so close against 0-0 Nation the entire year. Even in that regional finals, it came down to a bracket reset, Game 5 for 0-0 Nation to take down Rise Gaming. So these teams are so incredibly close, and I know they are looking to prove that they should be the champions, and they are pushing for a little bit higher here at the World Championships.
Yeah, maybe that's the secret to being hard to read. It's like, how do you find VODs for a team that's played this season under 3 different names? It's like you have to just keep searching and searching and searching. You know, we'll see if that strategy works out, but I love to see all their name changes. Let's move on, though, to Group E with TTV, Team MYS, MJK, and Team Peps. This is going to be one of my favorite groups to watch on a personal level. Of course, course, we've got to start off talking about TTV, our North American Regional Championships, winning the offline event at North American International Championships. A team that has been together for a long time. I would say one of the most consistently together teams over the course of the past 2 years, and for very good reason, as they are a very solid team. Their draft strategy in particular really got to shine at NAIC, and I'm really excited to see if they're going to have some very creative, especially bans, coming into this event.
Oh, I definitely think TTV are definitely one of the fan favorites, but one of the fan favorites from APAC West is Team MYS. Now, obviously, Rebongs and Yang, they have been here before. They did participate in London last year. I believe they did come third from Renaissance. So we'll just have to see what they bring to the table today and how they fare up with their new teammates.
Yeah, they're going to have to find some new coordination and some synergy, but another team that we are going to be talking about in this group is MJK, and I feel like we haven't been able to talk about Japan too much yet, but this is one of the fan favorite regions. Of course, we're playing on home turf, like you mentioned, Wonder Chef, but also the playstyle of Japan is just so different than that of some of the more Western regions, so it's something that we love to see. MJK playing a very solid game of Pokemon Unite, playing a lot of early game dominant Pokemon. I'm talking about Urshifu and their Umbreon play.
Rapaz, os malucos queriam brigou ali naquele gol, hein? Puxaram. Esse escudo no gol aí é muito forte, mano. Isso atrapalha muito.
The Japanese teams are going to be very, very important to look at, regardless of where they place in seedings. We'll actually talk about that a little bit in the final group, but Team Peps, of course, the last of this group, one of my favorite teams currently in the entire world. They have so much momentum coming in from, of course, the European International Championships, where they were...
João Travanca, salve, meu jovem. Finalmente começou. Agora eles estão apresentando os times, João. Não pode ver vídeo do YouTube lá no TikTok, mano.
And they are so good at communicating that way. I feel like they may be one of the biggest sleeper teams, in my opinion, of this group.
Now, obviously, we have already gone through a lot of the teams today, but we are not finished just yet. We have to cover Group F. Now, on Group F from APAC East, we do have Oma Abyssinian. We do have from APAC West, UD Vesawan, and another NA team is Team YT. Now, looking at Group F, obviously, Oma Abyssinian being the #1 seed from their region, we're going to have to see what they bring to the table, but Tempest, I absolutely love.
Rayquaza não sei como escreve. É assim mesmo. Eu acho que no lugar do I tem um Y. Rayquaza. Eu acho que é com Y. Quase.
Does in Tempest, I think you are going to be in a great spot. So they're positioned extremely well in this tournament, but they are not the only team that is really formidable in this group. I want to talk about UD Vesawan as well. This is a team that also recently had a name change, getting picked up. They were Kakalak when it was coming to their regional finals, and while they only got 3rd place in their region, I don't think that was for lack of talent. An extremely strong team, however, it is an extremely competitive region. APAC, I think, has been really the story on the streets these days.
Caraca, o Opa tomou a ultra todinha do Urshifu e ainda ficou vivo.
And UD Vesawan is definitely a part of that. They're large, they're in charge, and they're going to be trying to make this group definitely their own.
Well, exactly like you said, I think there are a lot of teams that, despite the fact that they may not be the 1st or even 2nd seed within their own regions, they are very, very strong. And all that matters is how will you do today. That's the biggest thing. Well, today and tomorrow. This weekend, I should say. And I think another team that really encapsulates that is Team YT. They have had the most explosive results that we've seen. Of course, they did barely qualify in a very, very tough region, but they were able to show that they could take down literally the best of that region, just not consistently throughout the entire season. But like I said, all that matters is what happens this weekend, and I feel like they've just been riding their momentum more and more. Again, an extremely fun...
Só tinham visto os Zapdos? Rapaz, tem muito tempo então que você não joga, ué. Graças a Deus esses Zapdos já saiu aí tem um ano já. Não, esses Zapdos aí era muito cruel. Rayquaza pelo menos dá pra brincar um pouquinho. Com os Zapdos ali não valia a pena nada. Fazer o que você fazia em 8 minutos não valia nada. Se alguém conseguisse roubar ali ele no final, era GG. Os Zapdos era brabo.
Picks are very exciting, but they're a lot of fun. Now we are going to be transitioning next to Group G. SAUL Esports from India, Time to Shine from EU, and Luminosity from North America. That's right, we're in this group with LG, who were the...
Caraca, da América do Norte tem uns 4 times. Ô, louco. Mas também é um lugar que eles devem ganhar mais dinheiro, né? É um lugar que tem a impressão do dólar, né? Quem tem a impressora do dólar tem vantagem. Não joga há muito tempo? Ih, rapaz. Ó, agora aí tá na hora de matar a saudade, hein?
And based on the name, I'm assuming somebody that's going to be very happy to be in Japan here playing. But of course, past that, there's Time to Shine coming out of Europe. And I do have to say, Time to Shine, of course, being a previous qualifier, but not having maybe the most consistent season this time around. So they didn't really have a chance to shine in this current UCS season, but we know exactly how strong they are. So I kind of feel like this is their opportunity to have locked their team together.
Caraca, o Trevenant ficou com 1 de vida. 1 de vida e ainda matou todo mundo. LOL. Temos que aprender a jogar com a árvore, hein, chat? As árvores somos nós.
We have to talk about the world champions from last year, Luminosity. Obviously, they took home that trophy. Will they be able to double it up? So, obviously, Luminosity, they are well known to us. Overlord, I know last year they played quite incredible Aegis Slash. So, Lord of the Sword, will we get to see that today? I don't know. But obviously, all of these players that we do have on these teams are very high caliber. They have been practicing, they have been scrimming. So we're going to have to wait and see what they bring today.
Oh, I can't wait to watch Luminosity on the main stage. I mean, their season has definitely been an interesting one. A lot of highs, a lot of lows. However, when they're coming into the World Championships, they're coming in that second spot, second at regionals after a very impressive performance. And honestly, Overlord looks really in form. Whenever the team can be run and be really successful, it's always on the back of this star-level player really popping off. And you can see it in every replay. Honestly, we should just call any LG replay just an Overlord replay, because every single time it's 3-4 KOs and just game-changing moments like that. And obviously putting a lot of resources towards that player, throwing a Comfei there for support, which honestly, I don't know how much Comfei we're going to see, but North America really like that play of just putting a lot of resources on one carry player and letting them take over.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm going to talk about this a lot. We're all going to talk about this a lot throughout the weekend, but having this offline experience on these very pressure-intensive stages is going to be one of the most important experiences to have coming into...
Vai mimir, já é 1 da manhã? Vai lá, João. Muito obrigado pela companhia, meu jovem.
That's going to be one team, but we can move on to our final group, Group H, which is, I mean, this is a great way to close it out. Entity 7 from Latin America North, Kumu, formerly known as Old Guys from APAC East, and then Oyasumi Macro from Japan, which is for 3-player team group. This is, I mean, it's great right now. But of course, we can start off by talking about Entity 7. And I know that Zoinks, you and I have put a lot of value into this team. They have been really grinding. They have been leading their region, of course, but they are looking really, really solid. Of course, we've got a chance to see them play against some of the North American teams in some grassroots tournaments. They did very, very well.
Amanhã a gente joga, João. Eu apareço aqui no mesmo horário, viu? Por volta das 9, 8. Aí a gente vai umas. Você conseguiu lá me achar, não falou? Você falou que tinha... Falou que tinha conseguido me achar, né? Tem hora que é difícil de achar os nick, rapaz. Se não escrever certinho, não acha.
as well, though. I mean, obviously having a recent change into this group is a bit of a wrench in the mix. However, Oyasumi Macro, I think collectively known, is one of the strongest Japanese teams that we have ever seen in the history of Pokemon Unite. Yes, they may have got fourth in their regional championships, but for them to still have that credit thrown at them from the community, I think says a lot. This team is going to be so good, and of course, they have the star player from last year, Mame, on this squad, and I can't wait to see them in year 2 as well. It's going to be a great game, and obviously, that's going to bring us to the end of our groups. Finally, after a marathon of all of these teams, and we get to watch all of them play.
Rapaz, esses Dudri e Zoroark estão fazendo estrago, hein? Toda partida que teve um Dudri e o Zoroark, os malucos fizeram estrago. Que doideira, hein?
Kind of up in the air that we've ever seen at an event, because there's been more time since this Worlds where the meta has shifted than any other event. We've seen every region really change up their style, especially this year with the addition of draft. It is just all completely different. We could have literally any team from any region pop out and kind of solve the meta. I don't know if there's exactly a solve, but find that one little weird thing that's just going to throw everybody else off and win the weekend. So it's completely up in the air to me.
It's going to be great. Kello, any thoughts on groups before we jump into our first game?
Look, as you said, there are so many groups, but obviously only one of each team can come out of those groups. So who is going to be able to face up that chopping block and survive?
Yeah, good point. It's going to be OC all the time, right? All right, she didn't say that for real, though. We are going to be jumping into our first game very shortly. So, Kello, I'm sorry, we're going to say goodbye for right now, but don't worry, everyone. Kello is going to be breaking down the games all day long, all weekend, as we have an incredible tournament to find our champion. I cannot wait. Kello, we will see you very soon.
Thank you.
Now, we are going to be talking about our first game of the day. It is going to be TT versus MJK on that.
Vai começar a bagunça.
It's going to be a whole lot of fun. I can't wonder, Chef, what are you thinking about this first match?
I am honestly so excited at the very first thing.
Clássico. Maluco invadindo o cenário.
Teams from kind of really opposite regions, right? We're going to see teams from the east of Japan, of course, and then teams from all the way in the west in North America. This is one of the full, I would say, regional matchups that I'm most excited for. And of course, we can start off talking about TTV, like I mentioned just very recently, champions from the North American International Championship. And can we talk about, for the first time of the day, those jerseys, man?
Unreal. Definitely the drip has leveled up a whole lot for Season 2. You can see the regional colors actually mixed in with the jersey accents. It looks amazing. And of course, TTV sporting them, looking very, very fine in this tournament. I can't wait. I mean, great season from TTV. And here they are on stage. Some brand representation from Inder on the stage. I love it. Of course,
o maluco tá usando a placa.
In their own right. A really solid captain of this team, too. I mean, a lot of leadership figures on TTV, but Inder has been leading this squad for quite some time. They are not alone there on stage, though. We got Team MJK from Japan on stage as well. It's going to be a great matchup. Of course, I'm so excited to see Japan versus TTV in particular. Japan, one of those early game team fight composition teams that I talked about before. MJK really showcasing that. But TTV, one of those teams that's not afraid to play late game scaling Pokemon. Like that Venusaur.
Time da América do Norte, time da América do Norte para qualificar teve que jogar quase que 100 jogos. Essa galera do Japão jogou só 13, ué. Vai ver, o grupo era pequeno, né?
Talk so much about like what we've seen from experience from teams playing against each other, but this is the first one of the day, and this is already the first one where it's like we've seen the styles from each different team, but what's it going to be when they actually clash? And there's no better way to figure it out than starting off the first game of the day, and we're gonna get into.
E começou. Agora eles vão começar a ir banindo algum Pokémon. Aqui todo mundo tem que banir o mesmo Pokémon. Lapras e Umbreon? É. A galera aí não tá querendo deixar jogar de tanque não, hein? Aí o Mewtwo tá banido também. Normalmente quando o Pokémon é novo, ele não pode ser pegado no campeonato não. Então não teremos Mewtwo.
MJK going to try to bring to the forefront against it. A first big blast, which is no surprise. And we have Zacian here on our stream for the first time this year.
Oh, that's very interesting.
Chat, enquanto eles vão escolhendo aí, eu vou ali pegar uma água e já volto. BRB.
But a lot of teams have actually not valued it super highly. So to see it as the first pick, That is definitely going to be maybe a regional thing, but oh yeah, the Kongfei coming out. On the other side, of course, we have the Hoopa and the Slowbro. I just gotta mention that. It's a very strong meta pick from TTV, but the Zacian Kongfei is a classic for MJK.
Yeah, we're gonna double commit to that solo carry strategy on the side of MJK. TTV instead bringing an interesting strategy. We're gonna have a Buzzwole and an Espeon, which leads me to believe that the Inteleon is actually gonna be playing Central. So Lutano gonna be bringing that Pokemon into the Central area and allowing Otter to have the Espeon in the bottom half. We're going to have a lot of early game presence from both of these teams, but I think most importantly, TTV needs to get Celestia to that level 5. That is a big, big benchmark for them.
Yes, I think this Buzzwole pick is so good. It's going to be really good if they do end up going the Spin Source. Of course, they could potentially not, but also the unstoppable ability of the Zacian. You can just dunk it. You can take out 2 members at once. If everybody jumps on it once with the burst damage of this team, I think it's very, very possible. So I think this is an excellent pick. Not one that I've seen as much from TTV, but of course, we're not the only ones here today. Let's send it over to our casters, Spraggles and Dupe Snacks, to take away game number 1.
Here we are, Dupe Snacks, Yokohama, Japan, for the first game of our Pokemon Unite World Championships. Let's freaking go!
Woo-wee, Spraggles! I am so excited. We found our way to Japan. I ran here. I don't know if you saw that. I ran the entire way, straight up.
I was super impressed seeing that from you. That's really incredible.
The battle drums went off. The war is going on AO Silent today, and I am ready to go. So are these teams, and we got Zacian in the mix for the first opportunity to get locked in immediately.
Incredible stuff. You can see the crowd is pumped. We got Let's Go TTV out there in the stands as we start our game number 1. TTV from North America, your purple team. MJK from Japan, your orange team. Woo! Yeehaw to you and yours. Let's get this thing started.
Voltei.
Central area for the side of TTV. It's the first time we're seeing
Fifu na jungle, Intélio na jungle. Será que alguém vai tentar invadir? Normalmente quando eles vão invadir estão com opa.
Zacian was released, Comfy on top of it. Right as it was released, that was kind of the go-to combo, and we're seeing it here live on the world stage. In front of it, though, a Hoopa and a Buzzwole looking to scrap early.
Yeah, Hoopa and Buzzwole, obviously a lot of power early into this combination, but Zacian Comfey, a thing of nightmares for all of us if you've been playing Pokemon Unite this year. So we're going to have to see if MJK is able to bring that out here into game number 1. Obviously, these group stages are...
Temos jungle no top e jungle no boot, hein? Quem será que vai conseguir puxar primeiro? Abelha aparecendo e foi. Abelha não, né? O budão doce. Caraca, se for ele matou rápido, hein?
TTV keeping up, though, not doing too bad themselves.
Yeah, TTV looking pretty good right here as we see MJK heading up to this top path right here, sneaking in with the Urshifu, looking to pick something up, but no. Beautiful stun there from Ender. Celestial trying to make it back.
Rapaz, invadiram ali em cima, hein? Opa, tentou pegar portal. Confei. Nossa, Confei ali arriscou, hein?
Urshifu has great movement, going to be able to dart out a little bit, and of course poaching the wild Pokemon is Celeste there to make sure that they can at least get experience if they can't get the KO.
Beautiful play there from both these teams, really aggressive from the side of MJK, and then at the same time TTV making sure that they could secure...
Rapaz, o Squirtle tentou invadir o Intélio. O maluco tomou pipoco na cara e morreu, hein? Aí tem coragem. Invadir a jungle só com um não dá muito certo, não. Ainda mais tanque, né? O maluco vai apanhar ali muito. Rapaz, o Zacian tomou stun ali da Ispa e foi embora, hein? Será que eles vão conseguir pagar? Só o Slowbro pagou ele embaixo, hein? Vixe, Maria. Mewtwo sumiu, hein? Aliás, o Mew.
Knocking them all down. K openers 2 ways into the hands of TTV.
Beautiful stuff from TTV right here. There are a few, builds that are amazing on Inteleon. A lot of players.
O Intélio tá fazendo build de pistolinha, hein? Será que a gente vai ver uns tiros bonitos aí? Sniper. Ó, o Intélio chegou, mirou. Caraca. Quase que o Squirtle foi embora, hein? Squirtle não, agora é o Artotô, hein? Conseguiu evoluir.
got Slowbro here, who's kind of the Zacian art counter. Once it gets slow beam, it's going to be there, but Zugrug knows how to get spacing for this team, and the fact that, well, the rest
Ih, rapaz, o Mew dando face check na moita, morreu. É, DPS da face check na moita é pra morrer, hein? Zácia tentou roubar ali, mas deu muito bom não, hein? Rapaz, o Intelio aí tá matando, tá carregando o time, hein? Nossa, velho. Começou os pipocos. Rapaz, tô vendo que amanhã vai estar todo mundo jogando de Intelio, hein? Caralho, o maluco mandou um pentakill.
Incredible stuff here from the North America champions, TTV, to start this thing out. Obviously, MJK is not out of this fight at all. They have so many options to come back inside this game, but what a commanding lead to start our World Championships from TTV. Massive snipe shot right there, unfortunately misses that War Turtle, and from the side of MJK, they really need to funnel some experience over to War Turtle, still sitting at level 8, not yet a Blastoise, has no Unite move for the team.
Surfs through, comes through, tries to buy some spacing, so MJK...
Nossa, já trocaram a focos do Artotô, hein? Ih, rapaz, o Urshifu já morreu. Ah, pelo menos conseguiram garantir o Regelec, né? Aí não fica muito pra trás. Nossa, Mew morreu. É, não vão conseguir puxar o Regelec. Rapaz, esse Intelio tá fazendo um estrago, hein?
However, incredible positioning from MJK in that fight at the top of the Regieleki. You could see them positioning themselves in front of Regieleki, so the snipe shots from that Inteleon could not make it in and secure it. Even though MJK is still way, way down. Only 8 score compared to 157 of TTV as we now get ready for this bottom.
Ó, finalmente agora o Artotô virou Blastoise. Agora time MGK tá com todas as ultras. O ruim do Blastoise é que ele demora a evoluir, né? E você vai ficando pra trás, ficando pra trás. E o Upa ali tentou ultrar ali no boot, mas já tinha garantido o Registeel.
Once again, MJK, you know, with some excellent positioning in that fight. They were not able to win on the KO perspective, but they kept themselves in front of the objective, ripped it down to make sure that TTV could not get it.
Opa, abrindo visão ali da moita. É, mas o time MGK tá recuado, aproveitando aquele XP de graça ali, né?
You can see what TTV has put together, a very front to back, buy some time, line up some snipe shots, get big KOs.
O time laranja vai dar uma invertida no boot. Zácia deu um face check. Ih, rapaz, esse Slowbro aí tá isolado, hein? Ih, o Slowbro tava muito isolado do time. Ó, conseguiram puxar o boot, hein? Diminuir a desvantagem, mas ainda o time laranja tá com 130 pontos na frente, hein? E não ter que fazer esse Rayquaza aí é uma delicinha. Ai, ninguém merece depender de Rayquaza pra ganhar, viu?
Separate these teams, as I talk about a lot in Dupe Snacks. I feel like 100 points is a huge difference maker moving into the final moments. If you're up by over 100 points, it really puts the pressure on your opponents to do something big at Rayquaza, because they can't just...
Mas o Blastoise vai tentar fazer a boa ali no boot, hein? Desistiram do Regelec? Desistiram, né? O Blastoise fazendo a boa lá no boot. Pontuou 27.
To have to deal with on the side of MJK.
Now MJK actually in a decent position to do something at this bottom Reggie, but it looks like they're getting ready for this fight.
E deixaram o Regelec entrar, hein? Será que alguém vai lá pagar?
as they're positioning themselves
Time roxo. Não, não vai não, né?
10 seconds now until the first Rayquaza
Vai não.
World Championships. TTV in a commanding lead currently.
Rayquaza chegando e começou a bagunça. Pergunta se a MTTV vai conseguir defender aí, hein? Com esse Intel aí, qualquer coisa eles conseguem roubar, né? E o Intel emocionou. Não tá acertando o tiro. Pegou ali, hein? A Ispion tá quietinha ali no top. Será que ela vai tentar fazer alguma boa? Acho que não, né? Ela deve estar esperando a oportunidade pra flanquear todo mundo, né? E pegar de ultra. Olha lá. Ó, tá vindo. Tá vindo. Tá vindo. Ó, o Flash Ultra. Esperou o Blastoise. Ih, rapaz. Deu ruim, hein? Deu ruim. Mas a Ispion tentou fazer a boa, hein? E aí está o nosso primeiro Rayquaza. O time que começou perdendo conseguiu ganhar. Acho que essa é a ideia do Rayquaza, né?
More points raining from MJK. They are putting them into the main goal right here. And this, they're taking a KO on Lutano. And Talion goes down right here. And Mr. Shifu is just cleaning it up right here in these final moments. 2:56.
Ixi, Maria, o Shifu ali fez o 2v3, hein?
You've heard of Lutano. How about Luca? We're going in, baby. And they're trying to find another one. The Comfy is just riding this Urshifu till the brakes fall off. But until then, it's TTV's brakes that are falling off. 4 players down, just Otter stands. And
É, MJK conseguiu virar, hein? Muito bom. Tá vendo? Nunca desista antes do Rayquaza. Sempre dá pra virar, né?
What a start to our series, Doomsnacks.
Oh, man. Are you serious? I mean, TTV comes out of the gates.
Man, are you serious? Eu acho que a placa aí não deu muito certo não, hein? Pesou, hein? Pesou na cabeça.
Right out of the rip, and then MJK plays, stays in the pocket, doesn't get flustered, and look at that, turn the tables on it.
Amazing stuff right here. Obviously, TTV in a commanding position through most of that engagement, but MJK with a massive fight here at the end of it. I can't wait to hear what our analysts think about this. Let's send this thing over here to Zoinks and Wonder Chef to break it all down. Gentlemen.
What a way to start our tournament. An exciting game between these two. TTV had that early game on lock, and then MJK come back with a major swing. Wonder Chef, that was a really fun game to watch. I mean, stats-wise, looking good on both sides. I mean, that late-game swing really helping MJK's knockout numbers.
Oh, yeah. Honestly, we were watching from the stands, and it felt like this was a wrap at the even like 4 minute into the game mark, the 6 minute mark in game, but it was just so dominant from TTV. I cannot believe that MJK had such an incredible comeback, not just as far as, of course, securing that final Rayquaza, but just as far as actual strength of their team. And one of the coolest things I got to point out early on was that we got to hear so many of the Japanese fans actually cheering for MJK to make the comeback. And then, hey, guess what happened? That's the kind of level, power-up that you need.
Yeah, that home crowd advantage helping. And honestly, I think MJK showing why they are here on this championship stage because of how they played their composition in that final team fight. TTV had almost no engaged tools whatsoever. Slowbro maybe, but that's getting you just a couple of meters in front of yourself. And other than that, Buzzwole, but you're such at risk for getting slammed by
Pontuação. É, aquela investida da Ispion ali no final deu ruim, hein? Eu não sei se a MGK tinha visto que ela tava longe, mas eu acho que não, né? Ela não tinha aparecido nenhuma vez. Tentou fazer aquela flanqueada, não deu muito bom não. Ispion, Gardevoir, é boa pra pegar o time inimigo desprevenido, né?
looked so tough for MJK, but Lucapo just altogether looking so incredibly strong consistently throughout the game, and that's why we got a chance to see them make that comeback. But here we can take a look at the highlights from that first match. What a way to start things off with a huge turnaround.
Yeah, TTV kind of surprising me with this Inteleon central area pick, but obviously the value is here at the start. A Reggie Ice secure, and after that it was secure in the rest of MJK. Lutano puts up 2 in this first initial engagement, and that comes all the way up to 5.
O Inteleon no começo do jogo aí tava fazendo muito bom, né?
Game of Worlds? Are you kidding me, Chef?
A penta KO at the 7-minute mark, and then that team doesn't win the game. I'm sorry, I'm just so blown away at, like, this is a taste of what we're going to be experiencing this entire weekend, and the game is just never over. That is such a great thing about how this game has kind of turned out in a meta direction. And you can see here, this was a little bit of an aggressive push that did manage to help kind of, I don't want to say start the turnaround, but yeah, right here, this was everything the big team fight at red.
Look at that Surf Blastoise just pushing everybody all the way to that edge on that rock at Urshifu and Zacian. Love when all those enemies are just grouped up together in small little areas. They can completely shut that down. Unfortunately, Tano not able to base there, and the shutdown just swings the other direction. I mean, that Rayquaza here was huge, with the follow-up gameplay from MJK to seal the deal was definitely on point.
Yeah, I just got to point out that I love their draft choices overall, where, of course, the Comfey on the Zacian is a very, very strong pick, but that wasn't their only chance. We actually had a ton of great Comfey targets.
Rapaz, aquilo ali é cola quente.
Was that they will depend on this Comfey is sitting on this Pokemon, and that
Meu amigo, eles pregaram uma fita no fone de ouvido com cola quente.
Well, that's
GG,
unfortunately. But I mean, there was, of course, the ability to flex over to the Urshifu, which worked really well. You can see sneak out there in the crowd. There's the ability to even shift onto the Blastoise to be very effective. So I love the way that they made their team. But let's see if there's any differences this time around.
Wow, okay, game number 2. Of course, the draft sides are going to swap up.
Bora pro jogo número 2, hein? Agora vão banir Leafeon. Leafeon e Lapras. Que coisa, não apareceu nenhum Zoroark, né? Nos regionais aí, o Zoroark tava fazendo um estrago legal. Será que agora a gente vê alguém jogando de Zoroark?
Pokemon available, more than we've ever seen. Wow, first pick Zacian. Even though the Zacian didn't really pop off in the last game, you can just tell already how highly they value that. And on the other side, looks like we are going to be stealing that Urshifu away from MJK.
Pegaram o Espion agora, hein? O Blastoise aí na última demorou a escalar. Agora o time da MJK trocou o Blastoise pelo Trevenant.
So Trevenant obviously having a whole lot of kind of stunning abilities. Hornleech and Woodhammer is something that the Zacian can really pop off with, as well as an Inteleon if they do want to go with that snipe shot style of game.
A Espion, será que agora a Espion acerta a flanqueada?
In that bottom half, and they're going to grab that Blissey, so no Comfey for that individual support, but the Bliss assistance on an Urshifu who's diving all the way into the enemy zone is an amazing combination.
Now, I do see we're highlighting Eldegoss, but I was going to say I would be very surprised if we didn't see Comfey on the side of MJK once again. Oh, okay, well, I am surprised. Count me as surprised. But another surprise is if we're actually going to see the Scizor pick, most likely a Scyther, I'd have to say, but hey, you never really know exactly how people are going to run this, especially currently. There's going to be a lot of surprises today. And oh, Lutano going over the Venusaur that we saw.
Tanque, suporte. Ninguém tá fazendo um negócio muito diferente, não, né?
There we go. Yeah, Lutano has had hero play on this Venusaur, and they're going to have Inder's support back up there on the Blissey. But I do think a lot of TTV's composition is going to come down to Zugrug and their Umbreon play.
O ruim da Umbreon é que ela não consegue segurar muita gente, né? Aí na luta final ali do Rayquaza, o time tem que ser bem coordenado. Na luta final, o Trevenant tem vantagem, né? Tá empurrando todo mundo ali, né?
It's surprises all day for sure. I would love to see the Scyther, but I'm expecting the Scyther as well. And now it's time to see how MJK plays Inteleon as we move into game number 2 of the set. And we send it back to the casters.
Here we are, game number 2, Doom Snacks. Obviously, we're seeing this Zacian come back out for the side of MJK. Didn't really get to you know, explode in that first match right there. So I'm interested to see why they're bringing it here into game number 2.
I think it's because it perennially offers up a challenge, right? Like, it's something that TTV has to frontline deal with, because it may not have had the best game 1, but it certainly was causing static and problems that needed to be handled. That's where I'm looking. However, I'm immediately seeing Zugrug on Umbreon. I'm seeing Lutano on the Venusaur. And what we can do is we can lock down a player into a ring of, just a ring of sunlight, and absolutely beam them down. And
Jogo número 2. Bora lá, hein? Será que a gente vai ter mais um empate aí? Se tiver empate, tem mais um jogo, hein?
Broadcast. And yeah, the question is, what kind of Pokemon do we see here from the side of MJK? Is that going to be a Scissor? Is that going to be a Scyther?
Urshifu já foi direto pro azul? Agora o Urshifu aí vai rodar rápido, hein?
And the plan is to get into that backline, take down that Espeon, take down that Venusaur, so there's nothing that they are able to do to stop them here in some of these big fights.
Olha só, que Umbreon abusado, hein? Roubou o abacaxi de todo mundo ali.
And the fact that they made it out is even more impressive here. That's just icing on top of the cake, and that's exactly what Zugrug was hoping to get, and they delivered. So a decent early start despite the lack of action for TTV.
And let me tell you, I always put icing on a cake. Never have an uniced cake.
You don't like dry cake?
I'm telling you.
Nós temos um jungle no boot e um jungle no top, hein?
We get ready for the birds here at the 850 mark right here. We can see the evolution. We have the Dark Bear single striker Shifu. A lot of that picked up from the side of TTV, but also good.
Mas o Urshifu aí tá ligeiro, hein? Pegou ali o XP no meio rapidinho. Rapaz, deixaram usar sem roubar ali? Louco. Olha o Scissor chegando. Tá rolando invasão, hein? Tá rolando invasão, hein? Mostra lá a invasão. Demorou um pouco ali, quase pegaram o Venusaur ali.
We got there. We do have ourselves a Scyther, by the way. That's level 6, so it has not went over to the side of Scissor. That's going to be important for MJK so they can dive in and pick up some big KOs. This is Woodhammer. Almost
o Urshifu caiu, hein? O Urshifu caiu. Ah, já temos ali o Venusaur na jungle para dar aquele adiantado, né? Sempre deixar a jungle limpa. Ó, tô invadindo de novo, hein? Mas agora os Japa estão abusados, hein? Primeiro jogo aí todo mundo foi comportado, né? Cada um na sua. Mas aquele Intélio ali teve reflexo, hein? Se toma stun ali da Espion, tava morto.
Nice little cotton ball on top, trying to secure that for the team without having to overextend. Of course, it goes the way of TTV, and that's what they were hoping, of course. But look at the pressure that the MJK is mounting in the bottom path here. Hagu King playing very well and playing very strong forward with the tree, allowing for this push to kind of rage on. They're just trying to buy some time for Lookapo to engage. They go in.
Scissor caiu. Ficou vivo. ETV chegou para dar aquele suporte e não conseguiram pagar. Será que vai rolar kill? Rolou kill. E 1 a 1. Derrubaram o Intélio, mas a Umbreon caiu. Rapaz, o Scissor ele levou mais 2, hein? Parece que vai ter um Registeel de graça aí, hein? O Umbreon tá chegando, eu acho que o Umbreon não consegue roubar não, né? Já tá morto. Zacian é bom pra matar o objetivo.
As they are continuing this push, looking to rain more points into this goal, and they're trying to break this thing. Nice big Sacred Sword. Umbreon has to run away.
That's one thing with Umbreon. If you're locking the players down,
nossa, quase que a Umbreon caiu, hein? Mas a salva ali pela Jessie.
But what it does is it stresses all the other problems that you're being presented, and you can't just necessarily answer all of them that easily.
Yeah, what we have on the side of TTV now is finally this Venusaur. We also have Urshifu, who stayed top that entire engagement to make sure.
A Bliss ali tá abrindo a moita. Revenant tentou tirar o Urshifu, não deu muito bom. Ao stun. Ih, rapaz. Eu acho que esse Regielec vai entrar, hein? Entrou.
But unfortunately, the points are going in because the Regieleki hit. So really, all MJK has to do is get as many points in as possible. I can't believe the Zacian got a KO Shriga 2 on the way out. Lutano gets 2 back the other.
Rapaz, o Zacian entrou ali e conseguiu levar 2, hein?
MJK gets the objective. MJK gets the KOs. MJK gets the score. MJK is looking very
MJK agora tá com sangue nos olhos, hein? A outra partida começou perdendo. Intelio rodou. O Aumbril errou um empurrão ali.
We saw a couple of TTV's tools come out in that last fight. We saw the lockdown on a Pokemon, so you could hit them with the solar beams, so you could hit them with the side strikes. But TTV is going to need to get a lot more aggressive in some of these fights. They're going to need to pick up a ton more KOs, because right now MJK is running this thing.
Rapaz.
Basement Reggie in about 10 seconds here, and TTV's just trying to make.
Será que vai ter briga aí nesse objetivo aqui do boot?
Crescent moon pattern just to try and get to the bottom path. Zagrog's trying to get on top of Sonya here for the Zacian. Tons of damage getting rained in. Another
O Caesar já morreu. A Aumbril ali tá isolando o Zacian.
Wicked Blow can't quite find the Eldegoss as they're moving through. Zacian's kind of playing backline to the Eldegoss, believe it or not. As Zagrog's getting
Ele tá morrendo. Cadê? Será que a Tice vai fazer a boa? E o Trevenant chegou, flanqueou, pegou todo mundo. GG. TTV conseguiu pegar o objetivo, hein? Aí, esse boot aí, ele dá XP pra todo mundo. Agora o time laranja tá com vantagem ali no Regielec, hein? Um buff, escudo.
MJK fighting extremely well, but we have level 13 already on this Venusaur. Massive power spike for this Pokemon. You're going to see those solar beams early and often, and you know, also late, midday, you're just going to see a lot of solar beams.
Yeah, at night, solar beam.
Midday, solar beam.
Morning, solar beam. Breakfast, solar beam. You eating them all day.
Parece que não vai ter contestação nesse Regielec não, hein? O time da TTV resolveu recuar e farmar. Fazer um farmzinho pra não ficar muito atrás, né? Eu acho que agora eles estão apostando no Rayquaza, né? Deu certo pro outro time, dá certo pra eles também, né?
Celeste is kind of getting buckled. They forced to retreat. They get eaten by a liquidation here, and that thing's going to hit again. And now Zacian can frontline to buy time. A nice little overcap there. 293 to 123 with less than 3 in the game.
That's right. This is a huge break point here for MJK. Unlike their last match, right now we see that they are ahead considerably in points. They don't need to be as aggressive in that final fight, but I wouldn't expect that they're going to let off the gas anytime soon. MJK just keeps putting the pressure on TTV. TTV having a couple good engagements later into this match now that they have their Venusaur powered up, now that they have their Urshifu online, but they're going to need a big win here at Rayquaza or MJK.
Estamos agora indo para a última luta aqui, hein? A Aumbril abrindo as moitas, conseguiu achar o Trevenant. A MJK aí abriu bastante o mapa, hein? Será que eles vão puxar uma luta aí?
This central area. Obviously, TTV is looking to protect their squishier backline Pokemon, the Espeon, the Venusaur. They are using.
Espeon abriu ali a moita. Abriu a moita ali do boot. E rapaz, olha o Urshifu ali no top. Será que ele vai fazer a mesma coisa da Espeon passada? O Urshifu, eles vão tentar pagar, hein? TTV tá indo. Nossa, pegou um ali, hein? 4 contra 5, hein? Agora é a hora de iniciar o Rayquaza. Aumbril. E pegou. Venusaur garantiu o Rayquaza. É, porque o Rayquaza dá, o Rayquaza tira. MJK agora não conseguiu não, hein?
Some burgers and get some points in right now. Nice little eject button into that solar beam, and here comes a massive 100 points from the Umbreon. 423, 293 for MJK right now. TTV with a commanding lead. 50 seconds left though, so MJK is not out of
o Rayquaza dá, o Rayquaza tira.
TTV with Rayquaza Rayquaza shields, and you can see the
O ruim do Scizor também é que ele é muito fraco na luta final aí. Quando explode essa luta aí, ó, você não consegue pular no meio dos caras. Ó, vamos fazer aqui um push aqui, hein? Será que vai dar bom? Revenant, conseguiram encaixar 32. Venusauro tá metendo raio ali em todo mundo. Entrou mais 12. E GG. TTV ganhou, hein? Vai ter mais um jogo pra nós, hein, chat?
Beautiful series so far between these two teams. Incredible back and forth plays. As we can see, TTV are victors of that last match, taking an amazing fight there at Rayquaza. You can see the scoreline ticking up right here. We can now see who won. Big win there for TTV.
Great bounce back, and tell you what, they were searching for their target. They found the Zacian, they jumped on the Zacian, and that was really the beginning of the end for MJK in that game. The Zacian needed to stand tall and needed to be with the team. They were trying to get clever with their spacing. One good guess out of TTV. And literally, I don't even know if it was a guess because Celestial pretty much committed right into that bush, and the follow-up was immediate. Once that first domino fell, the rest of the squad followed right after, and that's an easy ray.
Easy ray for TTV. Incredibly aggressive. I gotta hear what Zoinks and Wonderchef think of this one as we take a look at the scoreboard. Gentlemen, take it away.
Can't count out TTV that early. Are you kidding me? In game number 1 of our World Championships, they are bouncing back, and we're headed to a game 3 for game 1. It honestly, for our first match of the day, it feels so good. And what a game there. You were saying before, Wonderchef, whoever is losing just wins. And that so far is the story of our match.
I know, what a set. I feel like the first set of Worlds is like a grand finals already. This is exactly what we want to see. It is so even, you can see the score right there, but let's take a look at how the actual battle data went out, the damage numbers, and of course, Lutano now on really what truly is a signature Venusaur.
Oh, I said they put the Venusaur on the map, and I really do think they are going to prove that.
O Venusaur ali bateu muito, hein? O Larbinha ali bateu doído, hein?
Really cooking in this game. Lucapo on that Scyther, though, I think had some great moments throughout the match. That was super cool to see. I really loved that. And again, this Zacian not really having the same level of impact. Early game, though, it looked amazing from Sona this game.
It did. Of course, it's really hard to judge because it did get jumped on in that late game so heavily. And actually, we can see it right here. Lucapo, again, like you mentioned, has been, in my eyes, oh, that was such a beautiful play. It was just absolutely beautiful. But I think one of the MVPs of this set so far, for me, on the side of MJK.
Yeah, it's been so fun to watch them play, and then kind of watching that style clash with TTV. I've always kind of defined TTV as a team that is incredible at team fights, but not because they're over-aggressive. They get 1, they get 2, they get out. MJK, not that way at all. They go in and they go in deep. A lot of, flux zone pushes and making that value across the map wherever they need to find it, and it's been looking amazing so far. Sogrug on this Umbreon, I called out as one of the big playmakers of this matchup, and even though it wasn't the mean look build that I originally had predicted, I think it was so impactful. Those stuns at that final end of Snarl are massive, and getting multiple stuns just makes it that much easier for Otter and for Lutano to really hit those big special attack damage spikes.
Right, for anybody who's not as familiar with some of these newer Pokemon, we're going to see Umbreon with a lot of different builds throughout the day. It is a strong Pokemon in a bunch of different, almost even roles, but you can see right here, that was the follow-up after getting that pick. It's just a beautiful collapse from the side of TTV, and we could just see it happening in slow motion, really, as we were watching it live, with just like, yeah, that pick happened, and you know that TTV is not going to give up that opportunity. And so, exactly like we said, it's been 2 games where it's been an early lead from one team, and then they've lost it. But now the question is, how do you hold on? How do you stay in the lead the entire game?
Yeah, exactly. They are. Can you win early and win late? That might be the secret to winning this one. Now, Celeste is going to have the Player of the Game award, and for that play call in that final moment, I definitely think that is worth this accolade. Running the Wicked Blow throat shot build that Celeste definitely tries to focus on primarily. A lot of that big hit secure, but also, as you can see, kind of that 1-2 combo of throat chopping in, hitting one Wicked Blow, Unite move, and following up into another Wicked Blow to basically eliminate one threat single-handedly.
Yeah, the Urshifu is going to be a hugely important Pokemon, of course, to be able to secure a lot of those objectives as well. And so we are now going to be going into Game 3. We've seen a lot of switches, like basically people taking their opponent's Pokemon because they're so good at it as well.
Começou o jogo número 3, hein?
Strong on that Urshifu, but now they're saying we don't want to give you your first pick Urshifu, so we're just gonna ban it out, even though it worked very well for us.
Urshifu e Lapras foram banidos. Rapaz, ninguém quer deixar Lapras jogar não, hein? Eu acho que Umbreon seria um pouquinho melhor do que Lapras, não?
Control this game. So grabbing the Umbreon first pick is no surprise to me, but do we see MJK steal away the Inteleon? We haven't seen them play today yet.
Well, based on exactly, of course, just highlighting it, but just what we've seen as well, they are going to first pick the Zacian. They love this Zacian, which is
Umbreon, Trevenant, Zacian.
as well for them, but they do know how to base their team around it, and it has been working out. Oh, I mean, obviously they're 1-1 in this set, so that's going to give the Inteleon. The bigger surprise to me is the Trevenant first pick. Yeah. I feel like you could go way lower for picking that, but Inteleon and, of course, that Blissey for the side of TTV. I feel like TTV is very happy with this draft so far.
Oh, for sure.
É, a TTV tá deixando ali os DPS pro final, hein? Opa! Rapaz, vamos ver uma gameplay de Opa! Opa é brabo, hein? Dá pra fazer um estrago bom.
One of the best executing Pokemon that we have in the game. That air/dot combination is amazing, but Wonder Chef, it's your favorite, so why don't you break this down?
I have been waiting for this entire year for Cramorant to be picked. This is the first time on a UCS broadcast that I've gotten to see Cramorant. I am so excited, and of course there are quite a few. Kello actually was saying there's quite a few coming out of Japan, but on the other side we are going to see the Buzzwole come back, probably being played by Celeste, and then the Espeon as well. So this is going to be some pretty high damage on the side of TTV. MJK with one more pick. Will they be going back for that? Yeah, it looks like we're probably going to go back for the Scyther. The Capo probably going to be getting that, but hey, you know I'm excited for the Cram.
Okay, in terms of roll,
Cramorant. Será que esses japas aí vão conseguir fazer um estrago com esse Cramorant?
Scyther and Cramorant, which are both amazing last-hitting Pokemon. Otter and Luton are going to play so careful to not be caught out and just immediately burst it down. Indoor support is going to be great. That healing number is going to be huge at the end of the game. The problem is it comes a little slow. It comes in tandems, and if we have the rest of the Scyther and the Cramorant really popping off, they're going to shut down their enemies in between those healing moments.
Yeah, especially with just how squishy this team can be. So it's going to be really a lot about positioning from TTV, but one of these teams is going to go one up in the tournament. One's going to be losing their first game. Only one way to find out as these casters take it away for the final game of our first set of the day.
And here we are, already heading to a Game 3 Doob Snacks at the start of the World Championships right here. I gotta say, I'm loving the draft from the side here of TTV. However, MJK is coming out with some wild picks here. I have to give it up to Cowboy Cram. I'm so excited to see it on the battlefield. But I am surprised with the order that some of these came out, and I'm surprised to see Scissor or Scyther once again.
Yeah, it didn't look bad, to be honest. They were working very well. Specifically, the Trevenant and the Scyther were working incredibly well. Lucabo and Haugu King were in there. That's how they were generating their pushes with the Zacian cleanup. So,
jogo número 3.
Unlike my solo queue games, who loses early and then loses the game.
Eu acho que o Intélio aí tá dando azar pro time, hein? Acho que todo mundo que pegou o Intélio perdeu, hein? Ó, MJK já deu skip no farm ali do meio, já foi direto pra line, garantiu o farm do meio ali em cima ali. Vixe, Zacian já levou um, hein?
Celestial just has to peel back and eat a berry and say, sorry, Ender, you have to catch the receipt for that one.
Beautiful play there from Sona, picking up a massive KO early. And yes, Zacian is just such a bully. Hoopa able to fight incredibly at range with those huge stuns also. And now we see nice secure there, it looks like from the side of MJK. Is Zugra looking for that level 4 right here. However, Otter already level 5 on the Espeon.
Yeah, exactly where you want Otter to be, right? Just funnel everything into them, sort out your supports and tanks later. No worries there.
Agora os jungles estão no top, hein? Será que vai rolar uma briga aqui? O Zacian já foi. Foi pra cima. Nossa, quase levou o Buzzhole, hein?
top of him, goes after the Drizzile, who makes it back to base, and now they're kind of slowed down, but they've got the support right in the pocket. Lucapo and a little bit of Astonish gets the time that they need to get them out.
Once again, MJK just so incredibly
Ok, sem kill, garantiram o XP, foi embora. Zacian quer brigar, hein? Tentou roubar ali, não deu muito certo não, hein?
By the side of TTV. Right now, the scoreline very close, 8-0, as we can see the Trevenant in the central area here of TTV. Zugrug, the Umbreon, trying to chase it out right now, and they do push it back.
Tentaram invadir. Normalmente quem pega a OPA aí, que eles vão ser mais abusados na jungle do inimigo. Se der errado, usa o portal e recomeça de novo, né? A Bliss foi embora, hein? Será? Morreu. Nossa, o Scizor entrou na hora no portal, hein? Ah, opa. E o Cramoran ficou isolado, hein? Que snipada que a Ispion deu ali no nosso Trevenant. Agora no Scizor.
Tries to give them support, but now they're singled out. It's a 3-on-1, and they're collapsing on top of the Zacian. Can they get a Hoopa portal? They're going to see if they can catch it. Fatal Force comes through for a nice little potential stun and lets the Zacian get out of dodge. Now they're collapsing on Neri, who wants the KO on the...
O Cramoran quer matar, hein? Tomou pipoco do Intelion.
Or for Sona the Zacian, and they're able to play back on their side. These are the most aggressive supports and tanks I've seen in a long time, Spraggles.
Insanely aggressive. The fight is still continuing. I think they only backed off there for a second so they can give you a moment to...
Opa, e o Trevenant está tentando segurar. Zacian faz de boa ali o Registeel, hein? Não, aquele ali era o Regirock, né? Aí, garantir o objetivo. Trevenant tentou tirar o Umbreon. E conseguiram pagar. Será que eles vão para T2, hein? Não vou nada, vão abortar. Cada um por si, hein? Opa, voltou, hein? Free kill aí pro Intelion.
Italian gets a KO back on the Hoopa. KO string it 2 for Celeste, but now they're caught in the middle of a face of Zacian. Neri comes in, they're going tons of air support. Bang, 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 bang. They're trying to sort out the Calgary Cram is. Sona finally makes it out, dodges the egg bomb, and now TTV is sieging a goal zone, and they're finally going to be able to get a crop of points in. Come on!
Somehow making their way across the living room full of Legos. Call them the sticky.
O Cramoran ali deu uma boa, hein? Conseguiu segurar bastante ali e ainda o MJK tem a base do boot. Essa base do multi aí ajuda bastante para correr pros Registeel, né?
When's the last time you saw so many yellow pips on the side of TTV's map? That is how much pressure MJK is putting on this team. They can't do the traditional wild Pokemon farming that they're used to. And now Hagu King's just on their side of the map poaching whatever's left. I mean, MJK has a very clear-cut, aggressive strategy, and they're executing it over and over again. Nice secure on the side of TTV.
Rapaz, a Ispion conseguiu roubar, hein? Conseguiu roubar e matou todo mundo. Rapaz, usar o portal no Cramoran? LOL. Mesmo se o Cramoran usar a Ultra e volta pra base, será que ele ainda fica com a Ultra? Acho que ele morreu antes ali, né?
Is pushing towards this bottom goal, looking to put some points in. They just want to break it at this point so that they don't have the positional advantage here for this next fight. TTV trying to make something happen. We see the snipe shots firing towards the side of MJK as they are continuing to push. Hoopa, of course, could bring the whole team down right now. It is level 9. It has its Unite move.
They're trying to stun down Zugrug. Nice little engage. Trevenant comes out.
Trevenant já gastou a ult, hein?
Woodhammers are laying in and another objective.
Ok, garantiram mais um Regirock. Mas os Japas aí estão com sangue nos olhos, hein? O primeiro jogo ali foi só aquecimento, hein? Agora só não pode perder pro Rayquaza, né? Aí chega no final. Não pega o Rayquaza. F.
I mean, the level of comfort that this player has on that Pokemon is very clear to all of us now. That's why they're prio picking it so high, because they know Hagu King just built different on this thing. That's what they want. And now they're closing out a goal zone. They're shrinking this lead. It's less than 200 now. Hagu King's there. If they get a KO on them, that doesn't even really matter because they're isolating TTV from the rest of their key players.
Yeah, great stuff here from MJK. Of course, they get chipped up, they get pushed back, but they're able to put the points on the board. They are now down by less than...
O MJK vai rolar aquele puxado, hein? Kramora deu uma flanqueada. Matou todo mundo. Boa flanqueada do Kramora, hein?
They're still on top of this goal zone. Zugrug's low, and Espeon takes out the Scyther quickly with a side shock here. Egg Bomb misses wide. KO streak of 2 for Otto. They're absolutely heating up. Who makes it through the portal? Almost everybody. Are they going to rain back through? They're not going to make that choice. They're going to hang out for a minute and take a deep breath because that didn't quite end up the way they wanted. TTV.
Agora vamos pro último Regelec do jogo, hein? Será que eles vão puxar esse Regelec aí? Estão voltando base, vão farmar XP. Ok, ninguém vai puxar o Regelec não. Eu acho que a MGK consegue defender de boa, né? Ainda tem 30 segundos pro Rayquaza aparecer.
This game right here could be the deciding factor.
Without a doubt, these are two top-tier teams squaring off to kick off our day. That Regieleki is gone. The basement Reggie's about to hit the map. We've got 10 seconds till our Game 3 Match 1 Rayquaza. It's go time, baby.
And now we can see TTV with some aggressive positioning here in the top path. They're looking for MJK. They want to find exactly where they are.
Agora nós temos os times indo pro boot, time indo pro bot, indo pro top, Kramora. Ó, estourou luta ali embaixo, hein?
As it looks like we've got some aggressive positioning from MJK. No surprise there as they slightly move towards this Rayquaza. No one wanting to start this fight just yet. Everything is on the line here in this series between these two teams. Zugrug with some forward positioning right here. Cram in the top path. They may have actually seen this Cramorant up there from Ender on the Blissey, but I'm not sure if they actually saw it as Rayquaza's getting hit right now. Zacian goes down. Zacian is down.
Zacian já foi, hein?
They're going to flip the script on anybody else. They're going for the engage. Hoopa's low. The Woodhammers are coming out. They're trying to buy space. We've got a
Kramora tentou fazer outra flanqueada. Opa, Ambrel caiu. Ó, o Intélio. Nossa, o Kramora fazendo o nome dele. Nossa, levou a Bliss aí. Kramora ali. Deu bom, hein? Ok, matou todo mundo. GG. A Umbreon não vai conseguir segurar todo mundo. É, MJK levou essa, hein? Rapaz, Kramora salvou ali no final, hein? Rapaz, estava 5 contra 4 e o Kramora conseguiu matar todo mundo. Aliás, todo mundo não, né? Matou uns 3 ali, né? Matou a Blissey, o Inteleon e mais ou menos o Buzzhole, né?
And then that was it for TTV. 15 seconds left as they rush towards these goal zones, but there simply is not enough time for TTV as it looks like MJK is going to take our first series of the World Championships.
I'm curious if MJK used the Zacian to do the bait and switch because they caught the Zacian immediately to TTV. The difference was the follow-up. The follow-up. TTV got that KO. MJK was there to sweep in and buckle every other member of TTV, no questions asked. And holy smokes, what a team fight by them.
Yeah, what an incredible fight here from TTV. Just looking absolutely amazing.
Understatement and a gutting feeling for TTV because you know that is a huge roadblock for you on your way into day 2 for this event. MJK on the other hand has to feel great. You played against a good team. If that didn't warm you up for the rest of the day, I don't know what will.
Yeah, I mean, what an incredible start here for MJK. What an incredible start for Japan here in their home country at the World Championships right now. Obviously, we don't know how the rest of this group stage is going to play out. TTV able to take 1 game off of MJK right there, but they are going to need a very flawless run as they continue this group stage to have a chance to move on after losing this match right here.
Yeah, they slipped out of the starting blocks. It's not the end of your race, but you got to dig in and you got to find something within you to run hard the rest of the day and try to make some magic happen for yourself. MJK needs to use this momentum. We talk about momentum all the time. TTV had it in the NA Regional Finals. MJK just bought that thing at a premium right now, taking out a quality team and putting themselves on the path to day 2.
Yeah, as we take a look here, you can see our scoreboard right here. Obviously, TTV in control, but a very, very close match right there. Then an amazing fight from MJK, and it was all over at that Rayquaza. You know, it matters how you play the first 8 minutes of Pokemon Unite, but boy, those pivotal moments at the end, you cannot make any mistakes. And unfortunately, TTV getting caught out.
Eu acho que o Intélio tá dando azar aí, hein? Quem pega o Intélio tá perdendo.
Everything under the sun to take objectives, take KOs, last hit, and make sure that this team could stay standing in the face of the pressure that was being put on. But if I need to shout one player out here for MJK, Haku King on that Trevenant, holy smokes.
Yeah, incredible stuff. And again, they were just always in the face of TTV. It felt like they were never letting the gas off at any moment. And just as you said before, Doopsnacks, there were points in the match where TTV normally would have cleaned their plate and gotten all of that wild Pokemon experience, but MJK just never stopped pushing every single fight. Even when they were behind in that final fight, they kept being aggressive, they kept fighting, and they were able to come back and win this thing. Incredible stuff from MJK in our first series of the day.
Well, I'll tell you what, I mean, I was taking a look at MJK here, and they played well, obviously well. We talk about aggression, that was very controlled aggression out of them. But I'll tell you what, we have Sona from MJK on the stage for an interview, so let's throw to that right now.
Thank you so much. Yes, I'm on stage with Sona from MJK after an amazing first game. Congratulations.
ソナ選手に来ていただいております。おめでとうございます。
Now, you just had an amazing game, but here in Japan, in front
Balançada de cabeça todo mundo entende, né?
How does it feel to win in Japan?
はい、今回日本という地元開催ですね。地元の日本の観客の皆さんの前で勝利をつかみました。どんなお気持ちですか？
そうですね。僕の出身国である日本でこうやって僕の知り合いもたくさん見てくれる中で活躍というか勝利できたのですごく嬉しいと思います。
This is absolutely amazing because, you know, I am from Japan and there are so many people that I know or they support me.
Por que a dubladora tá com um papelzinho na mão?
Elated for this victory. Thank you.
That's amazing. And I mean, this first game, you took down the #1 seed from North America, TTV, a very strong team. How does it feel to get such an important win right away?
まず、第1試合からノースアメリカのチ
Ah, eu acho que as perguntas já estão feitas, né?
ームを倒しましたね。
E ela tá lendo ali no papelzinho a pergunta. Ah, tá. Pô, realmente, seria foda, né? Decorar uma pergunta dessa aí. Ô, louco.
僕がユナイト始めた頃からずっと知っとったチームなんで
As perguntas já estão feitas, chat.
すごい緊張はしていたんですけど、僕たちもチームとしてちゃんと完成させてきたので、最初から絶対勝てると思っていたので、本当に激闘ができて嬉しかったです。
I mean, yeah. Since I started Pokemon Unite as a competitive player,
Ué? A resposta também? Por que ela tá olhando o cartãozinho?
The TTV because they're a really formidable team, but you know our team is also completed as a great team, and so everything. So we just believe ourselves and play one game at a time. So yeah, this is the result.
Great. Well, you proved that. Congratulations again. Thank you, everyone. It was our game #1. We're going to be jumping to a very short break. We'll be right back right after this.
Agora, hora do break. Fazer aquela pausinha, né? Segura esse ad aí, rapidinho. Mas esse ad aí é do bom, né? Fazendo propaganda do evento do jogo. Rapaz, essa skin do Cinderace, hein? Ela foi a primeira que lançaram no jogo. Rapaz, esse cara Morai tancou esse Mewtwo, hein? Isso aí tá certo não, hein? Era pro Cramorá ter morrido ali no primeiro golpe. LOL.
wasted 20%. Where's the ball? Who's taking Wicked Blow? Wicked Blow seals it. TTV makes the magic happen. And Waterspout is still ripping and gripping on nobody, but Sunrun's about to score on Burger back the other way. KO Striga 2 for Overlord, and then goes straight to score.
And welcome back, everybody, to the World Championships here in Yokohama, Japan for Pokemon Unite. We just had two incredible matches, not only here on the main stream, but also on the B stage, where Time to Shine just actually took down Soul.
Tá com cara de que aquela cerejeira ali tinha alguém balançando ela, hein? Aquele movimento ele tava estranho.
I cannot wait to see all of these teams continue to battle it out, but we're going to be moving forward, and now I'm going to be here with everybody's favorite, Kello. I'm so glad you're here. We got to talk
Tá rolando campeonato de outros Pokémon, né? Pokémon Go.
on the desk. How's it feeling?
Amazing.
Em vez de ter ficado aí nesse comercial, podia ter dado uma olhada lá, né? Nossa.
So, but obviously, TTV, MJK, for a first set of the day, I must say it was wild, and that is only just a taste of what is to come.
That's right. We've got a great match coming up as well. Another match of essentially East versus West. We're going to have Team MYS taking on Team Peps. And I said that these were some of the matches, or some of the teams that I was most excited to see throughout this entire weekend. But as we've seen, even from the heartbreakers from the first sets, it's so wild to think. You just assume a lot of these teams will make it to day two, but you really never know.
Look, expect the unexpected, right? But obviously, we need to talk about these teams. Team MYS. So we spoke earlier. We have Yangs and Rebongs, who were here last year, part of Renaissance. They did come third. So obviously, they have a new crew. We'll have to see how they gel together. We have seen them throughout the season this year. They did come first in APAC West, obviously in April, qualified, and they actually ended up coming second in the championships.
That's right. This is the first time that we're going to be seeing any of the APAC teams on broadcast so far today. Of course, we're still in the third overall broadcasted game of the weekend. So I'm very excited that we do get to start off seeing so many different regions, but their opponents will be, again, yet another region that we haven't seen here on the main broadcast, which is going to be Team Peps, formerly known as Woof Woof earlier in the UCS season. They are one of my favorite teams to watch by far, placing extremely well in the regional finals at UIC, but I believe making it third out of their region overall as far as seeding go, behind Taliboa Believers and Nouns. But they are a team that has brought so much uniqueness every single time that we've seen them play, and with such a wide variety of available Pokemon that are so good in the meta. I'm really curious what they're going to be bringing out today. Do you think we're going to see anything spicy, Kelly?
Look, the thing is, with Team MYS, they are hyper-aggressive early gamers, but they come up with some crazy strats as we've seen throughout the season. So the thing is, obviously, I feel like there is that sort of set meta across that we know, but it's the crazy strats that are going to catch these teams off guard.
Yes, without a doubt, this is going to be, I think, a day for all these teams, not just these two teams, a day of how much can you kind of stay on your toes when you're dealing with these weird meta picks. And we haven't seen anything super spicy so far, but I feel like we're going to see it here. You know, we were just talking a little bit right before this to the Japanese casters for the Japanese broadcast, and we were saying, what are you most excited to see? What player are you most excited to see? And one of the answers was Potato, which is a really cool pick. Potato specifically on the Garchomp. If we do end up seeing that, everybody loves seeing the Garchomp. I know Zoinks is out there. I'm actually pointing at him, but he can't see it. He is a huge
Everybody loves Garchomp.
As well. So we'll see if that ends up being one of the spicy picks, but again, I don't know what's going to happen. I mean, we've had a really interesting meta so far in the day. We've seen Zacian from multiple Asian teams now so far, but none of the Western teams have chosen Zacian at all. Do you feel like Zacian is going to do well this weekend, or do you think it's going to be a little underrated, or I guess undervalued? What do you think?
Look, only time will tell how well it goes. Obviously, we have only seen it once, and we've only spectated the one set, so we actually don't know. We have a long day ahead of us, but as I said, you know, it's these crazy wild things that these teams aren't going to expect. Maybe they are expecting it. I'm not too sure how much preparation they have gone into today, but I'd expect it would be quite a lot.
That's right, and you know, there's some preparation for you to do as well. You can use code 2nd Anniversary in Pokemon Unite to celebrate the 2nd anniversary. I can't believe we're here at 2 years, but of course, this is the 2nd championship, so of course it's got to be 2 years. You can get the limited license for.
Rapaz, tá rolando o código, hein? É mesmo, tem esse código aí, ó. Pra quem for copiar ele e colocar lá no jogo, ganha um emblema.
so happy that we've been able to see so many different teams do very well, and I think that this is going to really inspire people for next UCS season to really come out the gate and be like, hey, I didn't compete before, but it's time this year. I can't wait to see everything that comes in the future, which maybe I'm getting a little ahead of myself.
Anônimo, salve meu jovem.
Well, I guess that's the thing with Pokemon Unite.
Que andou acontecendo aí?
On the block, the new kid on the block. So it's only in its second year. We don't actually know what to expect.
I know. It's so weird because, you know, I mean, we're here, and for so many of these tournaments, you know, we've all been in so many of these UCS tournaments, and we've kind of known more what to expect. And this is such a big mystery for all of us, like the meta, the players, what's going to do well. Just the fact that we've already had one of the favorite teams, one of the first seeds, get knocked, well, lose their first game, I guess. It's a round robin, so it's not like a loser's bracket yet, not until tomorrow, but that is just already just throwing such a huge wrench in there. Look at that. I love all these hats, by the way. The crowd is huge here in Yokohama.
Oh não, eu estava sendo filmada.
I've been in multiple worlds so far. I think this is actually my third Worlds, and I have never seen this many people, and especially this many people out here for Unite. So shout outs to everybody out in the crowd from moment one of the tournament, making this extremely hype. How have you been enjoying Worlds, Keller?
Look, you said that it's your third time? Well, it is actually only my first time experiencing an in-person event, but also World, the biggest one. It is absolutely insane, and I must say, the
Galera dando uma limpada no celular ali.
Yes, chef's kiss.
Ai, será que esse celular é deles ou é tudo compartilhado aí? Acho que provavelmente deve ser compartilhado, né? Tava na aldeia do amigo e voltou doente de lá? Ih, rapaz. Descansa aí pra tu ficar melhor, Anônimo. Logo, logo passa, ué. Hoje eu tô transmitindo com a imagem lá no vermelhinho, Anônimo, porque aqui no TikTok dá ruim. Eles banem quando transmite algum tipo de evento. E tá com a imagem lá no vermelhinho.
Hello, trainers. Join us as we cover the format for the Pokémon Unite World Championships in Yokohama, Japan. Over the past season, players from all over the world have competed at the highest levels in their regions to qualify. Each competing region will be sending their best teams to represent them on the world stage. High stakes will test the resolve in the most anticipated tournament.
Como as outras vão assistir? No vermelhinho.
World Championships, teams will be sorted into groups, then face off in round-robin matches. The best teams from each group will advance forward. This takes us into the second day, where the top teams from day one will battle through a double elimination bracket, all the way to the grand finals. Everything is on the line here, as the winning team can look forward to being crowned the world champions, as well as take the lion's share of the $500,000 prize pool. All of the best teams are eager to prove themselves in Japan. Who will ultimately win? Will there be any surprises? Comeback stories? You never know what'll go down. Be sure to tune in and find out.
And you can see there that it's going to be a tough road for so many of these teams here. And of course, we're getting set up for Team MYS versus Team Pep. So who could that be? Who's that Pokemon? I think we all know there. One of the most famous in the crowd. Also Gugashi in the background. Look at that, the double shot of some well-known casters here in the community. I'm loving it.
I absolutely love Pump wearing that drip. That is definitely the suit that he is known for. You can spot him from a mile away in that suit.
You can't. Actually, was wearing like, I think it wasn't like full suit pants, but like shorts of it yesterday. I could be wrong on that. I was like, wait a minute, that's not the full thing. How is it even possible? So I'm always impressed by that. But huge shout outs to the entire scene here. Like I said, showing up so many just to even spectate. It is like nothing I've ever seen from across the world. I mean, I bet in this camera shot, we're seeing people from at least 6-7 different countries, even that one alone. This one, way more.
Oh, well, that's the thing. It's just so multicultural here. There's a wide variety. It's not only, obviously, players from their home turf in Japan, but we have people from all around the world here, Chef.
Oh, I know, and all of these different regions, of course, we're going to see APAC West versus EU. That just shows how far it goes, but shout out once again to everybody in the crowd. This truly is Pokemon Unite. You know, there's a reason why it's called Unite. It's brought so many people together from so many different regions, which is what we're seeing. I mean, how many people have we already
Rapaz, que intervalo grande, hein?
in person? Just
Meu amigo.
This bit. I mean, look, we've got even the competitive team right back there. Look at they're hiding behind the camera shot. Hold on a minute. You can't hide back there.
Look, one thing I must say is I love how everybody, or most people are, they have their favorite Pokemon by their side. Probably a good luck charm, but I think you can tell a lot about a person about the plushie that they do carry around with them, right?
Yeah, you have to have your lucky Pokemon, right? I mean, I've got Cramorant. I actually had my Cramorant plushie. I should have brought it, but it was at home. I do have my Cramorant shirt for maybe tomorrow. I know you got the Eevee shirt. Is Eevee your luck Pokemon?
Eevee, or the Eeveelutions in general, Sylveon would be my favorite. I would absolutely love to see somebody pick up Sylveon today. Fingers crossed.
Hey, I think there's an extremely good chance we're going to see that. But another thing that you can see yourself is it's not just a competition for this weekend for Unite. There's events that you can take a part in. And so we can take a look at one of those that's going on in Pokemon Unite right now. And so that's going to be a great opportunity for you to get Mewtwo. Oh, you see the little Mew right there. Number one enemy of Mewtwo. But you, of course, are not going to be seeing Mewtwo at this tournament. Plenty of Mew, I am sure, without a doubt.
Oh, without a doubt. Now, while we might not be able to
Rapaz, achei que ali debaixo da mesa tava tinha um monte de papel, hein?
legendaries, we know that they're super powerful. So, I wonder if we're going to end up seeing any other teams picking up that Sword Dog.
Oh, I feel like almost undoubtedly we are going to. Yeah, so when I was referencing earlier that I had seen another Asian team, it was the Seoul Esports coming out of India that did choose it on the B stream. So just want to remind everybody that there are quite a few stations of gameplay. Of course, we're here on the main stream. There's a B stream that's going to be gameplay only, just in an effort to be able to show off as many of the competitive matches as possible today. So a huge shout out to production for making that happen. They put a lot of work in there.
They definitely did put a lot of work in there. But you know what? Not only production, but look at this stage. It is beautiful.
It is beautiful.
This is so representative of the area. You know, I know our hotel is right next to that actual Ferris wheel, which is very cool, by the way. It lights up with a Pikachu every 15 minutes. Very, very bright outside my window. Definitely not when I'm trying to sleep. Not at all. No, I'm just kidding. It's very cool. This area is sweet. And we can talk about the pricing. Why don't you run us down on how much these teams are earning, because it's a lot.
Look, it is a 500k prize pool that it's on the line this weekend. So from 13th to 16th, we have $5,000, which, you know what, I think is pretty good for a day or 2 days of Pokemon Unite. From 9 to 12, you do take home $10,000. And Chef, tell us about the rest.
Well, first of all, let me just say that if you get 16th, you get just about enough to for one full run in the Pokemon Center, which I think we both experienced. But I actually forget where you ended off, because I was thinking about how much money I spent there this weekend. But I believe 7th through 8th, it's going to be $25,000 for the team. 5th through 6th, $45,000, and then $60,000 and up. So just a lot of money on the line. We've had a decent amount of money throughout the rest of the season, but this is where the real meat and potatoes of the prizing is. And again, if any of those teams win that money, please, I need help. I bought everything at the Pokemon Center.
Look, I must say, I see a fair few shopping bags walking around, so I think we are not the only ones that may have spent all of our cash at the Pokemon Center. Obviously, picking up some plushies, maybe some merch. I know a lot of people are definitely looking snazzy today. Oh,
well, you know what is looking snazzy to me is this draft. We're finally getting into it here. It's going to be...
E finalmente começou a bagunça.
APAC West versus EU, and the bans are coming out. We're going to see
Quem que vai ser os bans aí? Lapras e Slowbro.
the ban kind of like pre-picks, but it looks like it's going to be double defenders.
Look, it makes sense. We have seen previously, it is like this double defender meta. They are rocking house right now. But to get rid of 2 defenders straight off the block, it doesn't really leave very much choice for these teams.
Right, I wonder if we're going to be seeing an Umbreon first pick on the side of Team MYS. Again, it's time to see how these kind of regions each other in their style.
Quem te viu, quem te vê, hein? Muita gente não botava fé no Slowbro não, hein?
Big defenders, or 2 of the big defenders, there's so many now, out of the pool immediately. But are we going to see a first pick Wigglytuff? That has to be just hovering over. There's no way we're
Rapaz, 2 suportes?
We're going to see the Urshifu
tá.
and the Hoopa, much more of what we'd expect.
Did Potato just bait us thinking we were going to get the Wigglytuff? But no, I mean, Urshifu and Hoopa, 2 very good first picks for Team Peps. Obviously, Hoopa is a spectacular supporter to have on your side. The kit that it has to be able to teleport your teammates not only back home, but also up into the top bar and bottom bar.
Yeah, and sometimes there's a mean look, and they can only be in the exact area of that portal, so you kind of want to...
Blastoise e Umbreon.
Oh my gosh, there's no way. Come on, there's no way they're actually trolling me. I made it. No, they are trolling me. I want to see Mamoswine so bad, but this is a great pick as well. Picking that I mean, Snorlax is a playmaker defender and is still very strong. And when we've got the level of defender players inside of Peps, I love to see it.
Opa, apareceu o Zoroark. Aí, ó, tava fazendo falta de aparecer um Zoroark, hein? Pô, é legal jogar Zoroark. Charizard, duvido.
And then supporting the double defenders. Obviously, you have Blastoise and Umbreon. It's going to be hard to take.
Buzzwole é bom, né, pra bater nesses defender aí.
Final pick Buzzwole. That is a great choice, I think. A lot of people currently, of course, the Surf is used extremely quite a bit as well, but if you have the spin, I think it is a great opportunity to be able to kind of grab people out of the spin stoys, to be able to stop even the speedsters, right? When the speedsters are trying to like zip around, if you can just grab them, suddenly they are just a sitting target for the rest of your team. So I really like this final pick.
Well, the thing is, you do have a Zoroark there, so whether it's going to be able to weave out of the muscly arms of the Buzzwole, that is definitely going to have to be a challenge for Rebongs there.
That's right. So we've got our drafts for game number 1. Some cool picks, some ones that we've seen before, but there's only one way to send it over, and we got to send it over to our casters. We're going to start off game number 1 of Team MYS versus Team Peps.
All right, Doob Snacks, here we go. Game number 1, EU versus APAC West. Are you ready?
I am ready. I'm looking this MYS team. If you're looking at UCS Season 1, Yang was playing a little bit more of that aggro role as they were falling in line with like Zarina and Venusaur in tandem with Rebongs there. Another thing that sticks out to me right now, Peps, Cali with the Wicked Blow Urshifu. It's really tough to take them off an objective when they're on that Pokemon.
E começou. Time Peps contra times.
Across an entire set.
Yeah, and that's something that obviously MYS is going to have to figure out a way to deal with as we head in here to game number 1 between these 2 teams. MYS, your purple team, Team Peps, your orange team. And it's so exciting seeing these different regions clash, the strategies come out from each of them, the different play styles, and seeing what will actually work inside some of these games. So you see this
A Squirtle já tentou pagar, será que ele vai ser punido? E... Ó a espetada. Quase que o Squirtle morreu, hein?
Tons of pressure on, and that was a couple stacks that are going to the hands of MYS, so they're pretty happy with that exchange, the fact that they didn't get knocked out. Of course, that's good. Nice little Inteleon action for Peps. Love to see that. And honestly, Peps went to a lot of old favorites.
Zoroark aqui no boot, Urshifu no top.
MYS, on the other hand, they're looking to throw a little bit of different action and maybe a little spin to win in the Clefable Moonlight to just have this endlessly never KO'able Blastoise by endgame.
Here we go, Cali getting ready with
Será que o Squirtle vai tentar dar cabeçada? Vai não. Rapaz, o maluco ali jogou safe, hein?
needs its level 5 as they are now pushing into the bottom path right here, but it's hard to push into this Inteleon with that massive water gun early. They're just going to chase them out.
E opa, abriu o portal ali, tentaram defender, mas já tinha apagado, né?
Ninetales from Ikelis on the side of Team Peps. If they did, they gave them an Inteleon, so we're going to have to see how that's going to fare for them. They are amazing on Alolan Ninetales, but Inteleon is so powerful.
É, a briga acontecendo ali em cima e trocaram. Mas aqui no meio tá melhor, hein? Ih, será que o Zoroark vai cair? Vai nada, vai nada. Ninguém para o homem.
Good adjustments on the fly by Peps.
Yeah, really nice job by Peps right there to make sure they did not get KO'd in that exchange. And you can see these hyperspace holes just in perfect positioning right here. They know how long it's going to take to charge up that Wicked Blow. They're able to charge it up, try to take a big secure, and then head back home in case the damage gets too intense from MYS. However, MYS, the only team to put points on the board so far, 21-0 right now.
That's no new news if you're Peps. We've seen them put up a lot of donuts by the end of a game here. They are the biggest pendulum swing of a team I've ever seen. We've seen them lose by 1,000-0 and literally win the next 2 games in a row in a tournament setting. Wildly, call it inconsistent. I call it just an absolute kerfuffle of a team strategy.
Here we go. Nice snipe shot, but unfortunately misses after that push from the Blizzard right there. Here comes the mean look, catching that Inteleon. Beautiful Blizzard avalanche.
É, essa prisão aí da Umbreon é cruel, hein?
Hyperspace hole comes in, 2 players roll through. Nobody's sticking around for MYS. They got their job done and they're getting out because they know Cali is just 1 wicked blow away to turn the tides of that fight. Darting through here, MYS, but the Hoopas.
Ó, vai ter briga aqui no objetivo do boot, hein? Opa, ficou lá em cima, tentando segurar o Wartortle. Opa, pegaram a Umbreon e fugiu. Ih, rapaz, o Zoroark tentou fazer a boa sozinho ali, hein? Nossa, que pipoco. É, parece que o time Peps vai garantir o primeiro objetivo aqui no boot, hein? E tá aí, reagice pra nós.
Beautiful stuff right there. The defibrillator being that big KO there on Zoroark. That's when things really turned around for Peps. And then they knew they could take that fight. They knew they could push them out. The secure on the side of Peps is insane this match. Wicked blow and snipe shots going to be massive.
Será que vai dar tempo de contestar esse Regelec? Vai nada, né? Mas esse Opa aí faz um adianto no rolê maravilhoso, hein? Será que vão tentar puxar? O Inteleon ali já tá dando os pipocos, hein? O Urshifu entrou, pegou a Alolan. O Alolan conseguiu fugir, hein? Bom, o Regelec entrou ali, né?
Atrocious math here from Peps.
Brutal
I mean, what on earth?
Get them an abacus. Holy smokes. They had a 30 and a 40, 34 left, and they duffed it.
Yeah, that was a really unfortunate score there for Peps. I assume, you know, they're up on the main stage.
Rapaz, o time Peps já fez a rotação aqui no boot, hein? Garantiu o XP ali no boot. Pagou no top e já rodou rapidinho. Snorlax fazendo a boa ali, tentando abrir a moita. Acho que ele viu que tem uma Umbreon rodando ali, né? Ele sabe que tem uma Clefable ali. A Umbreon tentou invadir. Ó, o Blastoise tentando pagar. Ok, só usou o Surf e foi embora.
Yeah, nice surf there from Yamu, not getting caught up right there by the Blastoise. As we can see, they are pushing towards this goal zone. Nice big KO coming in right there. One goes down from the side of MYS as they are continuing this push.
They're continuing the push and they got Foxy right out of the gate. Zork's looking for the engage, but they don't have much.
Time Peps agora fez uma entrada boa, hein? Blastoise chegou, mas tinha demorado, hein? Demorou, tentou ultrar, morreu. Morreu. A Alolan. Será que a Alolan sozinha vai segurar? E foi pega pelo Buzzhole. Rapaz, a Alolan conseguiu segurar ali sozinho, hein?
Push is over. Great fight here from Peps. Really nice play there from MYS to make sure that they did not get more points into that goal zone. We have a bottom objective up here. We can
Time Mames tá conseguindo garantir o Regi Rock, hein?
Already
O Shifu tá com pouca vida. Será que ele vai arriscar? Vai arriscar não, né? Não. Easy. Objetivo aqui para o time Mummies. MM.
They just kind of left Callie really low on HP along with Ikelis, but as we know, that snipe shot doesn't have any pierce, so it couldn't have gone through that chunk of players that were sitting around it. And now they're finally working on Regieleki. It's about half HP. Now we need spacing by Marv. They're playing far forward, and it looks like Regieleki is going to go to the hands of Peps. Let's see what they do with it.
Ok, o time Mummies ali não conseguiu rodar, né? O Opa aí faz um estrago, né? Consegue brigar pelos objetivos muito rápido.
Farm up on their side of the map, get as much XP as they can, because we're a minute away from Rayquaza right here, and they are still up on points.
They're still up on points. Something I want everybody to note is Human is actually never with the team, right? They're always babysitting the other goal zone to portal everybody through.
Tem aqui uma investida aqui no boot. Time Pepes. Não, recuou. O Lobro só tava garantindo o objetivo ali no meio, XP no meio e GG. Team Peps já vai fazer a posição ali no top, hein? O Shifu já foi na jungle pegar o último XP. Opa, já fez aquele bait, né? Agora eles não sabem se eles estão no boot ou no top. E pode ter entrado no portal ou não, né? O Shifu já foi no top. Snorlax está tentando abrir as moitas. E Espion tá vindo. Nossa, meteu as caras ali, hein? Meteu as caras ali, hein? Se Snorlax acerta o pulinho na Umbreon ali, ela tá morta. Umbreon de novo. Agora foi. O Umbreon tá isolando. O Shifu ali tentou fazer uma flanqueada. Perderam o tanque. Team Peps ainda tá 5 contra 4. Zoroark caiu. Blastoise tenta segurar. Levou o Inteleon. Será que o Buzzwole vai chegar nele? Desistiu. Pegou a Jujuba. Chegou. Nossa, Blastoise conseguiu usar o Surf. A Lolan carregou ali, hein? Conseguiu matar o Buzzwole. E só o Snorlax pra roubar, hein? Opa, vai demorar a chegar. Rapaz, o Snorlax usou um flash ali no meio. O Team Mummies levou a primeira briga. Conseguiram garantir o Rayquaza. Rapaz, é a maldição do Inteleon. Quem pega Inteleon vai perder. Spoiler. Quem pegou o Inteleon vai perder. O Blastoise não conseguiu pagar não, hein? Zoroark ali de boa, tá com o escudo, tentou entrar. Entrou sem. E agora garantiu a vitória. Maldição do Inteleon. Rapaz, será? Eles podiam ter feito um bom pique ali na Umbreon, né? Se tivesse matado ela ali, né?
Solid team fighting or the first one to make a mistake. Unfortunately for Peps, it was them. They got buckled quickly. They took a couple quick KOs, but they didn't have the sustain or follow up, really prioritizing their targets down quickly enough and couldn't leverage the first two.
Kat, enquanto eles vão arrumando aí a próxima partida, eu vou ali no banheiro e já volto. BRB.
Let's send it back on over to our analysts, Kello and Chef, to break this thing down.
Once again, the team in the lead comes out on the bottom. That's just going to be the story of today, apparently. But wow, Team Peps was looking very, very good. I mean, this was a great back and forth. This was a very close game altogether. It just seemed like they were in control. But I think that you can see right there, I mean, just all the scores at the end, of course, coming up that Rayquaza. So realistically, I feel like the Rayquaza fight was the turning point in that game.
Look, when there's a raid, there is a way. Obviously, yes, it's 10 minutes, but it'll all comes down to that final stretch. But let's have a look at these stats here. We were talking about this Alolan Ninetales, 61,000 damage output.
Yeah, this actually is a really low damage game from Team MYS for a win. Altogether, their highest damage being 60k, their second highest being less than 40k. On the other side, we've got Ikelis with, 82,000 damage and then almost 50k from multiple members. But that's what I was saying. It just felt like they were in the lead. But exactly like the casters were just saying, so much of what's going to happen today is who's going to be making the first big mistake in a Rayquaza fight. And I think one of the biggest mistakes you can make is maybe not the obvious one of, one of our members walked out here and got picked in the tall grass and now suddenly we're 4v5 and we insta-lose. It's more like, here is a slow play where we were in the lead and then we didn't quite regroup and then slowly things started to fall away from us. But we can take a look at some of the highlights of how this match played out, because the early game was definitely a different story than later on.
No, definitely. You can see this push, this aggressiveness that Team Peps is just showing. But you know what? MYS, they are trying to put up the defenses. Umbreon there ends up going down. They end up... This A9 though, look at that snow globe.
A9, this was a really, really strong showing altogether. It's funny because we were actually literally just talking about how good A9 is off broadcast. You mentioned that earlier, but as we were watching this game before it was even picked, that just became such a great moment. But okay, actually, this is exactly where things started to turn around, right? We saw the first early picks coming from Team Peps, but this moment right here was huge, being able to turn...
Voltei. Mostrando aí os melhores momentos. Pô, aquele flash ali do Snorlax foi muito ruim, ué. Acho que ele tentou mandar o flash e a ultra, né? Só que daí o Rai quase stunou ele. Eu acho que ele ia ultra ali, né?
It was definitely clutch indeed. Such a close matchup. But you know what? That is only the first one. There is still a chance for a comeback. But we do have our player of the game.
Zoroark Pay to Win. Usando o biscoito, pezinho e o bilhete.
Right, and of course, a very well-known name here on the world's stage, but Zoroark, that's an interesting pick, as most of the speedsters will be. There are a lot of different options for speedsters that are working out very well in the current meta. We've got the Dodrio, we've got the Zoroark, we've got the Leafeon, assuming it stays unbanned, which is banned quite a bit. It could even flex down even further.
Ih, rapaz, deu ruim ali, hein? Será que ele tá olhando aí a nossa transmissão? Ih, rapaz, o Japa ali foi pego no pulo, hein?
Look, talking about flexing, I feel like the amount of Pokemon that these teams have up their sleeves, yeah, they might be known for one Pokemon, but you know what? We don't know what they have been practicing behind the scenes. I'm really
Os assistentes ali, vendo se tá tudo ok, tudo certo. Tudo funcionando, aí sim, hein?
Whether they're going to end up sticking to their guns and picking that Slowbro and Lapras once again.
It's so hard not to go for that pick. It's such a safe pick, but again,
será que eles usam um servidor dedicado para fazer esse campeonato? Provavelmente não, né? Tem uns jogos online aí que eles fazem um servidor dedicado para o campeonato, né?
And when we do see, of course, the shift, for people who aren't as familiar with how this draft mode works, once one game ends, they switch sides, and then the team that had the first pick is now on the second pick, but they do get the double pick. So their first picks go for 2 Pokemon rather than just 1, and the whole strategy changes, especially the bans for the team that gets to pick second. So we're definitely going to see a different banning strategy here. We can see what's taken away. One thing that I definitely feel like should be taken away from MIS was that Alolan Ninetales, as it was really the key member to them making that comeback.
It was a key member, but do you think it's ban-worthy though? I think that's the thing. If you can't actually ban it, maybe pick it up for yourself if it was such a threat. But whether Team Peps have that in their caliber, whether they have a player, or whether, you know, that just fits the team compositions that they have been preparing.
I agree with you completely. I think that stealing it away is maybe the best pick, and that's how we've seen teams.
Bora pra segunda escolha, hein? Quais vai ser os bans aqui? Umbreon e Slowbro.
Ban from Team Peps looking like on the other side looks like maybe the Slowbro if things.
Será que alguém vai pegar o Lapras? No primeiro jogo aí, né? Do Elo A, a galera tava com medo do Lapras, né?
But that means that first pick could be that Lapras, it could be the Inteleon, it's whatever Peps wants.
Well, we'll just have to wait and see. Or we do see Marv hovering over the Zoroark, or no, we're gonna end up getting a
Team Peps garantiu Lapras, pegou Lapras, pegou Lapras.
last game. Now that Umbreon is banned, it is a smart choice to pick up that Lapras.
Yeah, I feel like we're really in the defender meta. No matter what, I think region that we get to see throughout this weekend, these 3 picks that you see as the double bans and then that first pick are going to be huge. They're going to be in almost every single game in one aspect or the other. And now seeing the Hoopa and the
Urshifu.
very common set of, especially like
Na última partida, o Opa aí garantiu os objetivos iniciais, né? Mas ali no final deu ruim ali, virou bagunça e infelizmente o time Peps perdeu, né? Será que o time Mams aí vai fazer jus ao Opa? Ó, apareceu ali uma Leafeon.
We had talked about this. Obviously, now that Team Peps, they have that spot, they have actually gone and yoinked that Alolan Ninetales for themselves.
I think that's a great choice. Alolan Ninetales really, I gotta say, I feel like it fits in almost every single comp. It's almost never gonna be that bad, but hold on. Is this, oh, we're going over some interesting picks here. Peps has a lot of different options for stuff that they could go for. It's all going over
Double tanque.
right now. It's Speedster Roulette. We're going double Speedster.
Rapaz, Speedster contra 2 tanques. Rapaz, o time Peps aí tá arriscando, hein? Eu acho que essa Leafeon e esse Dudro vai conseguir matar esses tanques não, hein?
Other side, I would say a very kind of base meta team with the double defender, the Trevenant, and the Blastoise on the side of Team MYS to close things out, and that Mew, which we actually haven't seen quite as much of today, but wow, this is a team from Peps. They're gonna run it down.
Oh, they're definitely going to run it down with that triple-headed bird, but you know what? I spy a Mew Foxy. Foxy plays an incredible Mew, and I cannot wait to see how they perform on this stage.
Mew is definitely one of those pop-off Pokemon, always so fun to see, but here we go. Team MYS up 1 game. Can they pull through? Will Team Peps tie it up in game number 2?
E
Take it away, Caster.
bora pra partida 2, hein?
Here we go, game number 2, and yeah, Team Peps needs this one, and in some ways, so does, you know, TTV, so does MJK. They want this to go to a 3rd game right here, so it's a little easier to move on through this group stage. Again, all of these games mattering so much. When you take a look at these 2 team compositions right here, Doob Snags, I mean, what do you favor? Because I feel like Pep's team looks like my solo queue teammates, and we're in a lot of trouble.
Pai, será que aquela cerejeira ali no fundo é de verdade? Provavelmente não, né? E bora lá, jogo número 2. Será que esses Speedster aí... Rapaz, esse Lapras. Esse Lapras.
I'm sorry. Is this Lapras really sneaking into the central area here?
Rapaz, invadindo de Lapras. Ó. Já temos ali 2 na jungle do time Mames, hein? Opa, Urshifu. Ó, já chegou o Mew. É, Lapras aí foi de arrasta pra baixo, hein? Espaço, espaço, espaço. Ganhando tempo ali pra Alolan farmar, hein? Acho que ele podia ter ficado escondido ali, né? Deixasse o Urshifu começar, ué. Dudro começou a rotação, ele vai ajudar ali no topo. Já que a Leafeon ficou sozinha. Não, tem um Eudegóis ali, né? Vixe. Dudro ali garantiu o farm, hein? E caiu. Garantiu o farm, mas faleceu. O Artotou ali, ele está estacando, né? E rapaz, a gente vai ver Blastoise e Spinchwin. Blastoise e Spinchwin está aqui, hein? Rapaz. Será que esse Blastoise aí vai fazer a boa no final? Ok, o Artotou ali recuou, né? Não quis disputar com a Leafeon. Dudro indo no boot, tentou pagar, pagou. É, a Alolan não conseguiu não. Entrou ali no gol, mas foi empurrada pelo Mew. Dudro pagou de novo. Estacando o biscoitinho. Dúdrio quer biscoito. O Team Ames ali começa a fazer a jungle. Temos ali o Trevenant ajudando o Urshifu. É, o Lapras aí botou medo, hein? Invadindo de Lapras.
On the side of Potato, we've never seen Leafeon, not only in the UCS so far, but certainly not in Potato's hands. So I'm expecting big things out of them to take them off of Garchomp and Buzzwole.
Yeah, you're right. Ikelis just incredible on that Alolan Ninetales. But let me tell you what, Foxy on the side of MYS really giving them a run for
É, o Artotô não conseguiu segurar lá em cima não, hein? Morreu, a Leafeon pagou 30, Eldegoss pagou 24. Agora o Eldegoss tá correndo aqui pro boot. Eu acho que ele pegou o farm ali no meio, hein? Ok, sem contestação. Team Ames conseguiu pegar o Regice. Ó, o Dúdrio conseguiu quebrar lá em cima, hein? Esse Regielec aí vai pra T2. Ok, eles estão continuando puxando, aproveitando aqui a vantagem do Regice. Leafeon tentou entrar, quase levou o Artotô, mas o Mil conseguiu salvar, hein? Pegaram o portal do Opa e reinicia de novo. Ih, rapaz, Urshifu.
You gotta give credit to Froggy there. They were the only reason that Urshifu stayed standing. Caught the perfect wood hammer on a Dodrio.
Trevenant vai ficar ali no boot para segurar o gol, né? Opa, fazendo farm, tentando pegar o 9 para pegar a Ultra, né? O time MS não vai contestar esse Regielec, não. O Artotô tá vindo. Não, desistiu. Ok. Sem contestação aqui no Regielec.
Yeah, I mean their initial punch into their engagement is massive. However, they are into these enormous defensive Pokemon, you know, like Trevenant, like Blastoise, and it's just not having as much success as you'd think in other compositions without two defenders.
Ó, o Dúdrio fez a boa, hein? Fez a boa e conseguiu pegar o vermelho do Team Ames. Ó, o Team Peps está tentando puxar aqui o boot. Desistiram. Tá tendo briga ali na jungle, hein? Dúdrio tá tentando atrapalhar o Urshifu. Ok, separou. Dúdrio tá querendo pagar, hein? Tô lá no boot. Não deu muito certo. Foi lá no top. Não deu muito certo. Ó, o Team Ames vai puxar o top, hein? Só tem o Dúdrio ali pra segurar. Opa, ó, pipocou a janelinha ali embaixo, ó. Rapaz, ó, um dia a nossa transmissão fica desse jeito aí, ó. Opa, puxou ali o portal, o time chegou. Espantaram a Leafeon, Blastoise chegou ultando, a Alolan tentou ultar, morreu. É, o Team Ames garantiu o Registeel.
And take the basement Reggie for themselves.
And all the while, it looks like, you know, Team Peps wanted to worry more about this goal zone in the top path as they continue putting points in here for Dodrio. They are ahead on points at this point, but, you know, they are behind on every single fight that they run into. I got to call out what a beautiful play it was from the Hoopa on MYS right there. As soon as that Unite move came in from...
Aqui agora a gente vai ter o Regielec em 10 segundos. O Team Ames ali tá indo no farm. E o Trevenant ainda tá no boot. Pra não perder mais pontinhos ali no boot, né? Embora o Team Ames esteja perdendo, eles não querem aumentar essa vantagem não, né? Ok, Regielec sem contestação. O Team Ames só vai defender, né? Será que o Trevenant vai conseguir segurar o boot? Entrou. Oh, opa, abriu o portal. Leafeon. Leafeon levou 2 ali, hein? Blastoise. Alolan matou o Urshifu. Blastoise tentando fazer a boa. Rapaz, a Leafeon ali matou 3, hein? Muito bom. E o time Peps abriu mais uma vantagem, conseguiram quebrar o boot. Conseguiu quebrar o boot e pagou mais, quanto? 50? Tava 160, né? 60 pontos. Everton, salve, mano. Salve, meu jovem. Vai quase aparecendo em 30 segundos, hein? Revenant ali deu as caras na moita. Tomou uma chicotada da Lithium e outra chicotada morreu. Será que o time Peps vai puxar a luta aí? Agora é a hora boa, hein? 4 contra 5. Lapras ali abrindo as moitas. Opa, ele tá esperando. Opa, tá com ultra, né? Ele consegue trazer de volta. O Mil ali tá na base esperando, ó. Blastoise tá indo fazer a boa. O Shifu fez o bait. Dúdrio tá no top tentando fazer a boa. Blastoise começou a pagar, hein? Blastoise começou a pagar. A Lulan foi correndo pra tentar impedir. Dúdrio pagou. Blastoise não conseguiu pagar não, hein? Estava jogando há pouco tempo. Ih, rapaz, aí sim. Eu também mais cedo aqui quando eu abri a live estava começando a jogar. Rapaz. O Mil ficou na base defendendo. Acabou que o time iniciou a luta aqui sem o Mil. Com 1 a menos. Será que o Mil agora vai fazer jus ao... vai conseguir recuperar alguma coisa aí? Preparou. Lífio juntou energia. Mil pegou. Quase. Lífio ali tava esperando o momento certo, hein? Agora o Team Mams aí vai tentar pegar o time, né? Não tá dando... Dúdrio já foi no boot. A Lithium tá indo no top. Opa, tiraram o escudo da Lithium. Entrou 34 no boot, 60. Dúdrio tá tentando fazer a boa, hein? Lapras ainda tá com escudo. Ih, rapaz, o Lapras vai entrar. Muito bom. Time Peps levou essa, hein? Rapaz, o Mil ficou na base ali pra defender. Estourou a luta ali, tava com a menos. GG. Peguei um mestre mó trabalhoso. Né? Rapaz, e essas partidas do mestre aí tem hora que cai uns malucos bizarros, viu, Everton? Mas faz parte, né? Tu gosta de jogar solo ou gosta de jogar com algum colega? Aqui na live de vez em quando aparece alguém pra gente fazer um trio. Um trio parada dura. Solo jogar Pokémon Night sofre muito. Mais um jogo que ficou 1 a 1, hein? Vamos ter a melhor de 3, hein, chat? Melhor de 3. Bom que tem mais jogo pra gente ficar olhando aí, né? E agora ninguém pegou o Intélio, né? A maldição do Intélio do Mundial, hein? Pegou o Intélio e perdeu.
Of course, Marv playing on that Lapras, and still seeing a little bit more of that like kind of brawly type of Lapras. It meant that there was damage coming across the team in general, and it allowed Callie in particular to be able to finish off quite a few Pokemon with not that much damage. Let's take a look back once again how that happened.
Yes, and you can see this triple ambush on this Lapras just getting taken down. Oh my gosh, early game, you know, anything can happen, but my goodness.
Yeah, sometimes it feels like you need that many Pokemon to take down Lapras, I think. But this was just honestly a brawl.
Joga solo mesmo? Eita, aí sim. Oh, tem uns pokémons bons que é pra jogar solo, viu? Quando eu tô jogando solo, eu gosto de jogar de suporte e tanque. Esse povo não sabe jogar de suporte e tanque. Aí de vez em quando dá pra gente punir o time inimigo jogando de suporte e tanque.
I feel like we are going to end up seeing a lot of round 3 situations here today. But even then, look at this team fight right here. Obviously, you have the Hoopu Unbound trying to get in those stunts, just chasing down each of these members away from Team MYS.
And here, this was the big moment. I mean, this was another really long Rayquaza fight, and this was scary. I was actually like kind of.
Faz aquele Solar Beam ali do Mil quase pegou, hein?
And then it was the Solar Beam in the end, which was a great call. Or I'm sorry, not Solar Beam, but Solar Blade. And that.
Ou se o Mil pega ali, ia ser bonito, hein?
Easily gone either direction. You do not want to leave a Mew up of all Pokemon to be able to try to steal that secure, but they realized they just didn't have the time to do anything else. They took advantage of it and they made it work.
Tu joga de versátil? Tava pensando esses dias em pegar o Shifu. O Shifu, o Zoroark, os dois aí estão, ó, uma maravilha. Aqui no campeonato tá parecendo muito o Shifu na jungle. O Shifu tá muito forte. E é bom deixar ele upar rápido, né? Que é pra fazer um estrago já logo no começo do jogo.
Supporting actually defendery, but we kind of were seeing it kind of as an all-rounder or almost even an attacker for a little bit of time. Marv's still playing a little bit of, I think, that soul of that play style, and it did work really well.
Chat, não esqueça de tomar aquela água, hein? Saúde para nós. É isso aí, ó lá, ó. Tá vendo? O colega ali seguiu a nossa dica.
I mean, they're the ones that are dishing out the damage, but obviously that's the thing when you have all of those members from the opposing team just coming and collapsing out on you, and that water pulse, like, that's going to dish out that damage, right?
Yeah, honestly, with how strong defenders are right now, you know, we've been talking about the defender meta, I feel like you could make an entire team of defenders that is like a defender slash something. You know, you can have the support one with the Umbreon with a Wish, you could have an attacker one with Lapras potentially, or Blastoise is a great defender attacker, right? We could just see the whole thing go around. So players like Marv, who are a specialty for these kind of tanky choices, is they're going to be definitely flexing in this current meta. But now we go into game number 3.
O Shifu de água tem... meteu soca em todo mundo. Por enquanto aqui apareceu só o Shifu de água.
Look, that's the thing. It is only their first time on stage here. You've got to be happy. You've got to be relaxed. You cannot fold under that pressure, those nerves. You do not want them to get to you, but you can see all these smiles. It's lovely. Obviously, the team debrief here, trying to see what they're going to choose next, whether, once again, we'll end up seeing that double defender band, or whether we'll end up possibly seeing a sneaky speedster ban.
I mean, the scary thing is even if you ban one of the speedsters, there's still quite a few that are available, and then you give Team Peps the opportunity to kind of flex their other strong picks. So the draft currently is very difficult for every single team. The thing is, you can tell for sure that Peps, they're like, yeah, we were feeling this, it was working, we're good, and now it's time for you know, our opponents to be the ones to have to kind of readapt. After the first game, they were the ones who had to, but yeah, the mental game is going to be so huge here, and like you can see, they're just chilling, they're just feeling good.
Mas o maluco ele tá cheio dos cabelos brancos, hein? Ainda bem que eu não tenho esse problema, né? Nunca terei cabelo branco.
Like maybe there's a speedster ban and then they pick a speedster that's really strong. We might see some sort of flex over, and it's like you've just given us space, and we're gonna be happy with that too.
Well, that's the thing. There are just so many choices, so many questions. The roster that we have currently in Unite, you know, you might ban.
E bora pro jogo 3. Quais vão ser os bans? Slowbro, Umbreon. Ok, vão deixar o Lapras aberto de novo.
And it looks like we are going to have the double defender ban. None of the speedster stuff that we've been maybe theorizing about, which does make sense. Again, there's some very strong double speedster play from Team Peps, but I think maybe there's a reason too why we're seeing the Umbreon ban from them. If they want to go that strategy again, they're not going to have to deal with mean look, especially if they do happen to go like Dodrio, for example.
But the thing is, obviously, because it is an
Lapras, insta-Lapras.
You leave that other strong defender on the table, and it ends up being Lapras going to the side of MYS this time around.
It is, and okay, what are we gonna pick? We could see the Blastoise, that's another super solid pick. Okay, we're gonna see this. I feel like this is gonna be a really
Blastoise, Urshifu usando o pezinho. Será que esse Urshifu aí vai na line? Um pezinho aí ele vai conseguir pagar mais, né?
Like you can run these two with almost any other core of Pokemon in the game, and it will work out because they're just that solid.
Timamos aqui vai tentar fazer a estratégia de novo de Double Tank.
Not as common, I think, with the Lapras.
No, not as common, but you know what? Having, obviously, your Umbreon and your Slowbro taken out, it does leave Blastoise there, but you know what? Alolan...
Time Peps puxa um Snorlax e um Leafeon.
Yes, it may have got stolen last game.
Será que o time Peps vai pegar um Gumago?
Look at this. We have Leafeon being selected again.
Ooh, and we might actually see a counter speedster on the other side, but yeah, just like you mentioned, two Pokemon now, Lapras and A9, both being used by Team Peps.
Zoroark, Clefable. Um Zoroark com Comfey ia dar bom, hein? Ok, o Timames escolheu pegar Chessie.
Okay, I don't know. Honestly, there could be anything here. They're free reign, complete free reign. You know what? Maybe not one beam, maybe the
Ok, vamos ter um Mew aqui no time Peps como mago.
You have so much potential with that Pokemon, and obviously we saw last game it just lurking around in the bushes trying to get that snipe. Obviously they didn't get that timing just right, but obviously the ability to just switch out those moves whenever you want. Well, I mean, there is that 20-second cooldown, so can't forget about that. But you know, just having that hit is incredible. But you're gonna have that obviously in that backline, I reckon, solar blading away. Or solar beaming away, and then obviously just this front line that they have, the Urshifu, the Snorlax, it's going to be hard to get through them.
You call solar beam blade.
Ah, o Lapras ali, ele tá usando óculos de pagar, hein? Provavelmente esse Lapras aí vai fazer a build de DPS, né? Raio de gelo e canção.
Oh boy, and a winner is coming here, Doob Snacks, as we head in here to game number 3 between these two teams. Obviously, so much is decided inside of this group stage by who wins any of these exchanges. This going to a game 3 is probably good for both MJK and TTV because that's going to mean we've got some even scores across the board. But whoever wins this is in a power position inside this group. Really interesting composition once again from the side of Peps, where I'm looking over at MYS, and I really like what they're bringing to the table here. It looks
E bora lá, jogo número 3. Zoroark já foi ali no meio. Será que ele vai esperar o tempo? Vai, esperou o tempo. Esperou 9h46 para pegar mais XP, né? Se for, ele já tem o Opa ajudando na jungle. Olha, quase que o Mew levou o Trevenant.
And a Pokemon that seems to get a lot of priority between these two teams is that Alolan Ninetales getting stolen back and forth throughout this series. Potato now already level 4, looking for some of those secure.
Boa roubada, hein? A Leafeon garantiu mais um XP ali. Esperando o time inimigo. Oh, garantiu mais um.
Doesn't have to go too deep to get those and can poach a lot from the opposite side of the map, and I really think that's why Potato prefers it.
O Shifu já começou a rodar. Zoroark vai ir pro boot.
It does it without putting yourself up front and center.
You see Rebongs right here. It looks like they're hiding in this tall grass, waiting to decide where they're going to go. Possibly, no, they're grabbing the Speed Berry, heading down to this bottom path right here, seeing if they can pick up a KO. All that looks like it was taken on the side.
Ok, não deu pra ver ali o que aconteceu no top, né?
Everybody went their separate ways. Everyone not engaging in a big fight yet.
É, ninguém vai querer brigar não, hein? Todo mundo tá indo pro farm. E será que vão pegar esse Opa? Zoroark, quase. Se o golpe final ali entrasse, esse Opa estaria morto, hein? Leafeon deu uma flanqueada e saiu vivo. Saiu vivo e o Zoroark vai morrer. Ih, rapaz, Zoroark faleceu, hein? Voltou pra Pokébola. Leafeon entrou, pagou. Será que eles vão tentar puxar o top? Então vamos puxar o top. Mewtwo e Leafeon conseguiram pagar. O Shifu já foi no meio, garantiu o XP. Alolan chegou um pouquinho tarde, hein? Time Peps aí teve um início violento, hein? Já começou botando pressão.
right now, and this is just a moment where everyone's looking for any piece of experience that they can find on the board right here. We can see this Zoroark once again getting extremely aggressive into the central area here of Peps. It looks like they're hiding and waiting for that buff, and now they are moving up to the top path here, looking to pick up a big KO on Leafeon, and they do.
Opa, Zoroark conseguiu fazer a boa, hein?
The board, it looks like Peps has got the Las Vegas strategy of Season 1 going 3 players at level 7 before the first objectives hit the map and actually make that an upgrade.
O time Mames aí já começa a rodar, né? Eles estão em desvantagem de não ter um Opa. O time Peps já chegou, mas o time Mames aí também já veio rápido, hein? O meu começou a puxar o Regice. Slowbro ali tá... Snorlax tá tentando abrir ali. Moita. Entrou, matou o Lapras. Zoroark fazendo a boa. Mas matou 2 e ainda saiu vivo, hein? O time Mames garantiu o objetivo, levou 2. Opa, tentou chegar. Quase que o Opa morreu, hein? A Snorlax ali tentou segurar, mas não deu muito certo, não. E o time Mames quer pagar mais, hein? Eles querem derrubar. Derrubou o gol. Agora o time Peps perdeu a vantagem ali de deslocar com o Opa, né? Vai ter que andar um pouco. Leafeon não quer pagar mais, né? Garantiu ali o 5 e quebrou o top. O Leafeon tentou fazer a boa e deu ruim.
Yeah, MYS looking fantastic right here, getting out of a very sticky situation as Cali has found themselves the target now of MYS. 4 members of their team up here in the top path as they are pushing onto this goal.
Zoroark tentou pagar. Zoroark vai entrar, ele tá ultado pela Bliss. O Shifu caiu. Snorlax tá tentando defender o gol. Quase que a Leafeon morreu, hein? O Zoroark ali tentou entrar muito para pegar o 1000, mas morreu. O time Peps ali conseguiu proteger o gol, hein? Não deixando quebrar. Snorlax deu a sua entrada, fez a paredinha, não conseguiu puxar ninguém.
Away from this fight, and once again, Snorlax Marv is just, I mean, it's just such a weird position here for the team. That is way
esse Snorlax ali não morreu de sorte, hein? Snorlax fez a playzinha, ultou, mas tá sem DPS ali, hein? Opa, deu uma flanqueada, matou, boa. Oh, tentaram matar o Lapras, acabou que o Lapras levou 2. O Snorlax e a Leafeon morreram. Será que ele leva o 1000? Não, o 1000 conseguiu voltar pra base. E voltou pra base e voltou pra morrer. O time Mames aí conseguiu fazer uma investida boa, hein? Zoroark fez o Regice ali no boot.
Levels now, if they insulate themselves a little bit, don't hemorrhage any of that comeback experience we talk about to the hands of Peps, they're going to be in good shape.
Yeah, they need to do something right here on the side of Team Peps. They need to pick up a couple big KOs. Obviously, the targets are the Alolan Ninetales and the Zoroark. It's going to be really hard to KO an over-leveled Lapras.
Lapras tentando fazer a boa. E... Uau, chicotada. Tomou chicotada e nem sentiu. Usou a Ultra. Ok, Ultra pra fugir. Ultra pra fugir. Será que ele vai ser abusado de voltar? Ó, mirou ali na Leafeon, entrou lá em cima e tiraram do combate. A Leafeon morreu, hein? Mas, ó. Tentaram matar o Lapras que matou, hein? Tá com cara ali de que quase levaram o 1000. Mas na hora que a briga ia acontecer, ele tirar, hein? Opa, opa! Quase. Boa escapada do Opa. Será que ele vai voltar? Não vai não, né? Ok, jogou safe, jogou safe. Agora é a hora de farmar aquele XPzinho, hein? Farmar XP, recuperar a Ultra.
And that's every tanky Pokemon on the side of MYS, while at the same time not picking up big KOs on Zoroark.
Será que eles vão pegar esse Registeel? Vão nada, né? O time Peps tá defendendo. Zoroark. Ó, Zoroark quer pegar, hein? Tem uma vantagem a mais aí pra fazer o Rayquaza. Tá com cara que o time Mames aí vai pegar de graça, hein? De graça. Revenant já tá abrindo a moita ali. O time Peps já tá recuado ali no top. Leafeon tá tentando segurar alguma possível pagamento ali no top, né? O Urshifu ali também tá tentando segurar o boot. Lapras tá tentando segurar o top. Todo mundo na defensiva, hein? Opa, acharam um Trevenant ali. Snorlax tá esperando o pulo voltar, hein? Pulo voltou, invadiu. Não deu tempo de pegar agora o Trevenant.
You can see nice big boosted attack onto that Trevenant, but once again they have the heals on the side of that Blissey. I'm wondering if they're trying to get rid of all those eggs, just see how much damage they can output before this fight actually starts.
Ninguém puxa a luta. O Urshifu ali tá tentando fazer uma flanqueada. Ó, o Lapras viu ele, hein? Agora a flanqueada ainda deu bom não, hein? Mas o Snorlax ali fez uma investida ruim, hein? Mas o Opa conseguiu recuperar. Opa, abriu o portal, o Lapras tá chegando. O Urshifu desistiu de pagar, veio pra luta, todo mundo lutou. E o time Peps foi wipeado, hein? Será que vai conseguir roubar? Ih, time wipeado. Rapaz, o Urshifu pegou o gol. O Rayquaza. Nossa, mano. Ah, mas não adiantou. Não adiantou, o time Mames conseguiu pagar. Tava todo mundo morto. Quase que o Zoroark salvou, que o Urshifu salvou, hein?
What a show, what a show. And at that point, like you said,
GG.
once you take everybody off the map, doesn't matter who has Rayquaza, you ain't getting any points in. You ain't there to put them in. Just not enough.
Quem precisa de Rayquaza, né? O negócio ali é apagar no pelo. Literalmente, né? O maluco tá usando fone no nariz? Wow.
The thing that is going to just chew at the heels of Peps for the rest of the day is Cali was halfway through their scoring cycle with that Hundo Burger before coming through the portal. They snapped through when they thought they needed to, whether if they actually put those points in, it would have caused perhaps
o Team Mames ganhou. É, nunca desrespeite a mamãe.
Hindsight forever 2020 Spriggles, and in this one, MYS has the foresight because they got themselves a big win in Game 3.
There we go, MYS fans in the crowd right there, very, very
MYS. E mané, MYS. Time Mames.
In this group stage. You take a look at our scoreboard right here. You can see MYS really ahead the entirety of that match. It felt like MYS's game to lose, and they did not do that.
Yeah, it almost feels like the first time we've seen that today, right? A team take it from bell to bell, take the lead, keep the lead, secure the lead, win the game. MYS getting it done. It took them a couple games to get that strategy locked in, but in Game 3, they certainly looked solid. Let's take a look at the numbers on this one here.
A Blizz curou 86k. O Ablice ali fez a boa, hein?
Yeah, I feel like the Alola Ninetales is interesting. Which side had the Alola Ninetales was the side that won each match. So obviously that was a power Pokemon for both of these teams. MYS in Game 1, Team Peps in Game 2, and then here we have...
Acho que não teve nenhum time que ganhou de Opa, né? Rapaz, a galera não tá conseguindo tirar valor desse portal do Opa não, hein? É, quando tem um time organizado aí, o Opa é bom só na hora da bagunça, né? Quando não tem um time organizado...
engagement that Team MYS was able to take, and it was off the back of the Alolan Ninetales with the Blizzard Avalanche combination, chipping 3 players from Peps, and then Rebongs was able to step in and clean up all that trash.
Yeah, you know, as we were watching this match, I just felt like I never saw an opportunity for Peps to come back here, and I really feel like they were completely outdrafted here in this game. It just feels like they were going into a team composition that was so incredibly difficult for them to deal with. If they did not get a massive lead early, they were going to be behind all game. They just really never found their moment here in game number 3.
Yeah, we're just looking at that Hoopa.
É, o time Peps aí foi ownado pelos Double Tank. Não adianta ter a Leafeon, o Shifu que bate muito, né? E não tem um... E o maluco tem muita vida, né?
I mean, look, Cali was able to get this secure. You see it here in this fight. They were able to jump in there. They get this final hit here on Reggie, but everyone is down. As soon as MYS saw that Peps was trying to rip this thing down, they turn on him, they go to fight, massive Snow Globe Unite move from the Alolan Ninetales, and they take a huge victory right there. Obviously, they are feeling good. They didn't want that series to go to a game number 3, of course, because their record really matters here in this group, especially after we saw TTV head to a game 3.
Absolutely, and now it's going to come down to which team can actually run through the gauntlet of this group stage and secure this thing the easy way, which is a 3-0. Don't leave it up to tiebreakers, don't leave it up to other results, just go on and win these games. MYS kicking it off pretty right.
Yeah, they are. And now we can see right behind me, actually right there, Wonder Chef is on stage for an interview with Rebongs. Take it away.
All right, thank you so much, and congratulations. What a nail biter of us.
Congratulations.
Very stressful. I gotta ask you, does it have, or I should say, how much help do you feel it is to have that extra level of Worlds experience on your team?
I think it's the extra experience. I guess it helps me to calm myself, especially in like these types of games. Like you really have to be calm and try to adjust to the current situation. So yeah, I think it helped me a lot.
All right, makes a lot of sense. That was definitely a situation you had to stay calm in. I got to ask as well, there's been a lot of talk around every region that APAC is kind of the one to watch as the ones that can pull off the biggest upsets. How do you feel about your region in general, not just West or East, but maybe combined even?
Well, I guess I'll speak for our region. I honestly think that we have a very unique play style, and we just have to, don't be afraid. Like, take it out and just play our own way, and I think it will work against other regions.
All right, well, that makes a lot of sense. You made an amazing job. Congratulations to you and your team. Going to be continuing on in this group, a very difficult one as well. But once again, we are just through the first few matches of the day. They've all been amazing. They've all been close, and there's many more to come. So don't go anywhere because we are going to be going to a short break and then returning with more right after this.
Be right back. Será que o time BR vai jogar só amanhã? Eles estão no grupo B e C. Agora a próxima batalha vai ser o grupo G. Soul Sports contra Luminosity. Luminosity contra Time to Shine. Vai ser luta do time G e H, hein? O time BR vai ficar pra próxima. Se brincar só amanhã, hein? Bom, enquanto vão fazendo uma pausa aí, eu vou ali encher a minha garrafa e já volto. Vortei.
Collapse on who they're still playing in the middle. Otter goes down. TTV takes Raqua's up. Ender hops up. Ender tries to score. The points are going. 64 points going for TTV. TTV wins it. Woo!
Welcome back to the Pokemon Unite World Championships here in Yokohama, Japan. Our group stage is well underway, and now we're going to see two more incredible teams on stage. Coming up very soon, we have SAUL Esports and Luminosity.
Look, we have talked about Luminosity being the world champs from last year. They have been on this big stage before, but SAUL, what are they going to bring to the table?
I can't wait. We don't have to wait too long, but we do want to have an update on Group G. I believe we have something we can throw up on the screen to take a look at and see where these teams are sitting right now. So Luminosity has yet to play their first time on the stage today, but Time to Shine earlier on the B stage. If you're checking that out on YouTube, we do have a B stage footage running there for you. But Time to Shine winning 1-0, putting SAUL Esports 0-1 so far in the group. They're looking to change that right now.
Now, this is going to be interesting depending on who comes out on top out of this match. Obviously, we do have Luminosity and Time to Shine that still need to battle out against each other, but obviously it comes down to this match first.
This is going to be such an important game. I mean, it feels like a cornerstone of the group. Of course, Time to Shine having a good start, winning 1-0 against SAUL, but now Luminosity needs to do the same if they want to keep pace with Time to Shine. And actually, after this match, I believe we have Time to Shine versus Luminosity. So we're going to see the conclusion of a group very, very soon already, which is very exciting, but we're not going to get there without talking about this game first. SAUL Esports versus Luminosity. Of course, SAUL representing India, a region that we haven't talked too much so far on broadcast yet. We haven't had them on main stage, but here we go.
Yes, so over on SAUL Esports, we have Snowy, Rex, Badger, Kurem, and All Might. I wonder if they're going to be almighty today.
I'm excited to see the India smash. It's going to be fantastic to watch. I mean, this team has been really, really strong. In terms of their region, they looked fantastic. In their regional finals, they were dominant, had a great win.
Rapaz, e aquele Slowbro ali da Cracolândia? Mano, aquele ali é o Slowbro? Nossa, que bicho feio.
Hello everybody, we are Team SAUL from India and we are here to try to perform good in Worlds.
As you guys know, we are also from the Asia region, which is known to be chaotic and do stuff which is not conventional to MOBA and which might not be the same for NA or EU. So it's the same way, but we are trying to adapt to the conventional style of MOBA as well. So we are trying to bring in more discipline in the team, but still sometimes you see those aggressive plays or, you know, the X Factor kind of play.
LOL. Os malucos meteram a legenda em inglês de um cara falando inglês.
Everyone in team is oblivious, RCS, disciplined, chaotic, and about
core of the team, core, you can say.
So we have played a lot against Asian teams and we got swept in Asia Champions League. But now we want to see how we do against Western teams and EU regions in particular.
So winning this year's Worlds would be like a dream come true for us. Not only for our team, it will be also for our region also, because India as a region has not been able to perform well in last year Worlds or this year Asian Championship. So it would be like a very big thing.
So it's our first time in Japan. We are very excited to explore the geography, explore the culture, the food, the people, like everything. We want to see it all. Okay, so now we'll pick a random question from the hat. You have 10 seconds to name as many Pokemon that are in Unite as you can. Go.
Absol, Aegislash, Tyranitar,
Charizard,
Zacian,
Zacian,
Pikachu, Mew,
Urshifu,
Tyranitar.
Blissey, Clefable.
Tyranitar.
Snorlax, Slowbro, Trevenant.
Not too bad at naming the Pokemon, but what I'm really interested in that team interview that we got to see is that they are looking to play North America and EU specifically.
Será que eles ganharam esses ursinhos de pelúcia ou tiveram que comprar? Provavelmente tiveram que comprar, né?
Stage, they get to play the Luminosity Gaming themselves, the current reigning world champions.
Look, one note that I must point out is that balance. That is the key. Obviously, yes, you want to have those aggressive plays, but then it's also having that discipline to know when to pull back. So we're going to have to wait and see whether they do have that discipline and it's going to pay off.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to need to when you're going up against a team the caliber of Luminosity Gaming or LG. This squad has looked fantastic. This year, they did have an interesting year of a run, one bad tournament, but other than that, a top 3 average placement throughout the season, and of course, a runner-up finish in their regional championships. And of course, if we go back a little bit farther in history, everybody knows what we're talking about. They, of course, won the World Championships in London last year.
Well, that's the thing. These are all familiar faces to us, not only in that specific region, but in the world.
Yeah.
So we have seen them time and time again. Obviously, as you said, yes, they did have that average top 3 there. You know, being able to come second in regionals is quite a massive feat there.
Absolutely, and from winner's side as well, so obviously a good start to the tournament run. I think that is a trait we could attribute towards Luminosity, starting tournaments out really, really strong, and then, you know, trying to push towards those grand finals. Now, SAUL Esports is a bit more of that question mark of a team. We don't have as much information on them, but, I mean, they obviously, this is a must-win game for them. They are currently down 0-1 in their group. This is such an important match, and, I mean, it's a tough opponent to go up against, but you made it to the World Championships. You know you're strong. It's time to prove it here in front of everybody.
Well, that's the thing. It's all going to come down to that prep. Have they prepped enough, knowing these groups, who they were going to be coming up against? Have they done their homework?
Yes, exactly, exactly. Now, in terms of SAUL Esports, there is a couple of players that I would really like to focus on, and I think first and foremost, it's going to be All Might. All Might playing a lot of the top path presence for this team, but is normally playing in that brawly defender style of gameplay. And we had a look at them at the start of our broadcast when they were playing a Blastoise and had some incredible moves. Honestly, really dictating the pace of the game, and more importantly, being in key positions to make sure they win. And that win got them towards that championship position in India.
Well, that's the thing, key positions, and we have seen from these previous matches, it all comes down to that positioning of your team and everything like that. Obviously, these picks, that first section, the draft, that is so important, yes.
Yeah.
But it all comes down to that in-game presence.
Absolutely. And I mean, in terms of presence, I think there are few players other than Overlord on Luminosity Gaming that truly showcase that level. In fact, I've been walking around talking to as many teams as I can during my breaks and things like that. I have had multiple players tell me that Overlord is the player they want to play on stage. Every single time, this player carries with them just this weight of a championship behind them, and then there's a fearsome presence in front of a lot of teams. Now, Luminosity, we talked about their season, having a few ups and downs. However, the ups of this team look so good. When Luminosity is in charge and in control of a match, they truly look untouchable. It's so tough to come against the Luminosity when you're coming from behind because their steamroll presence is sometimes just too much to deal with.
Well, that's the thing. It's going to be their first game of the day. Have they got that steamroll presence, or is it just picking up that momentum to begin with? This is their warm-up round. They have to crack those knuckles and buckle on down, right? That's the thing. First game, yeah, you might get that momentum, but it's keeping that momentum going.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, this is a tough group, right? Only 3 teams within this group for them to compete against. However, Time to Shine SAUL Esports are going to make very fierce competitors. Luminosity, though, are going to have to, you know, work on some of those issues we saw in the regional finals, which unfortunately maybe put them in that runner-up position, but they have had a lot of time to work on those. I think this is going to be the proving stage for it. Can Overlord take over? Can the coordination between them and Rin really be there? Can Curio step up into the attacker position? I honestly think this team is capable of all of that and more, but this is the time where they actually have to put it all together.
Yes, this is the time for it. It's their time to shine, to
Yes.
illuminate the stadium as we would, you know, I feel like the name change they're being picked up really reflects what their team presence is all about.
I think so. They're glowing already. They're glowing on stage. They're excited to get into the game. And we talked about a lot of the carry players on Luminosity Gaming. However, I think if we look back at last year's World Championships and even now, the support core for this team is really what sets this team apart. Slash and Elo are two incredible mechanical players, and I know that Slash's communication in-game is absolutely fantastic for Luminosity Gaming, and it's been a lot of success for them. So I'm going to be looking directly at them, honestly, in part because of how impactful they are in the game, but also their draft choices. A lot of Luminosity Gaming support core draft is very indicative of how the success of their team is going to be. When Slash is on Blissey, Luminosity tends to have a lot of success, but if you get Elo, the Hoopa, or even the Comfey, you really have great reward as well. It's going to be interesting to see what Luminosity Gaming thinks the best approach to playing a team like SAUL is going to be.
But then that's the thing, you're going to have to prioritize those picks at the beginning. Which ones do you classify as more valuable? But also, it depends on what the other team ends up picking up first as well.
Of course. Yeah, SAUL Esports talked a lot about in their team profile video that we just saw a moment ago, talking about how they'd like to bring a lot of unconventional things to the table, but also trying to learn the metagame as best as they can and play the power picks as well. And I think that's a great recipe for success. You know, be prepared for the best and also bring in a little bit of spice. I think SAUL Esports is going to be trying to do that and more. But Game 1 draft is almost underway. Luminosity Gaming going to be on that orange side. They're going to have 2 picks in a row, but second.
Yes, 2 picks in a row, but first things first, we need to find out who we are going to ban. We can
Bora lá, mais um jogo. Soul Sports contra Luminosity.
on the side of SAUL, and it looks like it's going to be a
Vão banir Opa e Lithium. Ok. Lapras e Umbreon está aberto, hein?
Away from the side of SAUL. Again, I talked about the top path presence for this India team, and I think that's really good. Leafeon, one of the best Pokemon to hang out there. Lapras immediately selected for the side of SAUL, but Luminosity...
Lapras, Umbreon e Slowbro. Aí. Nosso mano lento. Rapaz, já tem aí os 3 jogos que ele tá sendo banido, hein? Será que o Slowbro vai fazer diferença agora? Tem que fazer diferença aí que pra quebrar a maldição do Inteleon, hein? Até agora todo mundo que tava pegando Inteleon tava perdendo, né?
let him out of that jail. That is one Unite move you do not want to come across.
Absolutely not. And look at the composition that SAUL
Zoroark e Comfey. É muito forte Comfey e Zoroark, hein?
So far, I like to call this the freight train comp, but honestly, you just build up a very close, well-knit team together and charge at the enemy. A really solid draft so far from SAUL. Luminosity is going to grab the Comfey Zoroark duo, so Overlord is going to have that constant resource from Elo. It's going to be pretty huge, but what is going to be the final piece of the puzzle for Luminosity?
Será que a Luminosity vai vir com algum Bruiser ou com algum tanque?
Unless, of course, Overlord needs one rotation.
Well, that's the thing with Rin. Obviously, yes, they have been playing this year.
Vem com tanque, double tanque. Double tanque contra double tanque.
So it does look like they have opted for that.
Se a Umbreon conseguir prender o Blastoise na hora certa, cancela o surf dele, hein?
The thing is, which of these team compositions is going to work out best, and it all comes down to these team fights, these positionings, these strategies, that these teams are going to have to pull out today.
I think a lot of it is going to be that early game. It's going to be so pivotal for Overlord to hit that 5 and then get on rolling. However, the
Últimos 20 segundos finais, né? Dá aquela ajeitada nos itens.
composition for that speedster of Zoroark to find the knockout is possible, but definitely not an easy task. Well, we have SAUL Esports and Luminosity.
Ah, Comfey tá usando o item de escudo. O chapeuzinho.
Of course we are ready to take it away because we are watching the reigning world champions here on our main stage. Doob Snacks. Woo, this is going to be a good one.
It's going to be a good one. I'm excited to see this India squad here, SAUL, of course. They know what they're up against. They know who won the World Champions last year, and they also know the team's history at the World Championships and what they've done this year and what they're up against moving forward. Humble pie is a great thing to eat, and they are humble indeed, ready to show the world that they are not quite done yet. This is going to be a banger.
Ooh, I would love a piece of pie as we head
Jogo número 1. Bora lá então, hein? Urshifu na jungle, Zoroark na jungle. Nada muito diferente do que a gente tá vendo, né? Aliás, vimos um Lapras invadindo, né? Será que alguém vai tentar fazer alguma loucura? Rapaz, a Confei roubou o Zoroark ali? A Umbro já foi lá invadindo, hein? Deixou ali o meu sozinho. Será que ele vai conseguir segurar?
Because it's just such an amazing move for Inteleon.
Yeah, I have a tendency to agree here. What I really appreciated, both these teams actually sent their support players along with their central area player to make sure we had
deu muito bom não, hein?
Of course, as soon as I say that,
A Umbro tentou invadir ali e acabou que só deu XP pro Zoroark. E o Zoroark conseguiu pagar. Com Fei não tem nada, né?
We've seen what this player can do, putting up, over 100,000 damage every single match with this Pokémon.
O Zoroark tava subindo, ele viu que o Urshifu tava no boot, então ele desistiu. Veio aqui tentar ajudar o time. O Urshifu foi no Inteleon e morreu. Tentou pegar o Inteleon, mas foi cauterado pelo Slowbro. O time da Luminosity consegue apagar ali mais um pouquinho e abrir alguma vantagem. Boa! Umbro pegou o Inteleon. Será que ele vai tentar apagar? Não, vai não. Desistiu e pegou o abacaxi. Rapaz, não saiu correndo. E a Umbro vai cair. Caiu. Pegou a Umbro. Mais XP. Vai aparecer ali o XP no meio. O Zoroark já estava pronto. Mil conseguiu pegar 2 ali, não foi? E o Zoroark pegou o maior.
SAUL will find themselves alone. They are at a risk of getting KO'd by the roaming overlord because that's all they're doing here.
Será que a gente vai ter um push aqui no top?
To jump on. And it looks like this Clefable could be a huge pickup for SAUL. If they can get a gravity to shut down.
Zoroark tentou invadir, pegou a Clefable e GG. 2 contra 1, hein? 2 contra 1. Vamos tentar fazer o push aqui. Zoroark pegou o abacaxi. Fez o combo do Lapras. Recuou, né? Rapaz, ó. A Confei ali jogou agora, hein? Saiu do Zoroark, tancou o tiro do Mil. E vida que segue. Nossa, show de bola essa Confei, hein? Os times agora estão rodando aqui pro boot. O Urshifu ainda tá na jungle. Farmando a jungle, tá chegando agora. O time da Luminosity iniciou. Boa! O Zoroark ele se transformou e cancelou a prisão da Umbreon. Mas entrou muito. Entrou muito, mas ganhou tempo pro time finalizar o Regice. Slowbro tenta sair. Inteleon ali vai dando aquele suporte. Infelizmente aí o Confei caiu, né? E o time da Soul Sports conseguiu puxar o boot. Perdeu o objetivo, mas conseguiu pagar um pouquinho ali, hein? E a briga continua. Eu acho que o Artotô aí chegou um pouquinho atrasado, hein? Ou será que não? Não pegou nada. Vai mandar a Ultra e não quer nem saber. Lapras mandou a Ultra também e foi embora. Foi embora, mas voltou, hein? Ó, pegou o Slowbro. O Slowbro tentou usar o Surf. Usou confusão, recuperou a vida toda, balanceado. Slowbro não vai cair fácil, né? O time da Luminosity já tá lá em cima. O time da Soul Sports tá começando a rodar. O Sifu tá na jungle. E a Luminosity começou, hein? Começou o objetivo. Slowbro ali tá tentando fazer uma back frontline, não deixar ninguém passar. Perderam ali, hein? Perderam o Regelec. Tá tentando derrubar o Slowbro. Zero Arc ali fica mais recuado. Tomou o stun. O Regelec. E saiu, mas saiu vivo.
To shut down this side of Illuminosity. Like I said, it felt like every single pick from S8UL was a counter pick to Luminosity, and we're seeing it here in game 1.
Well, that's the thing. When you have a team like
Os dois ali levou o XP pra longe, né? Pra garantir o farm. E vamos começar a luta aqui embaixo, hein? Lapras tentou pagar. O Zoroark conseguiu impedir, mas é 2 contra 1, hein? Agora é um bom momento da Soul Sports começar o fight aqui no boot, hein? Quase que a Umbreon toma um tiro do Intélio. O Sifu foi entrar, mas desistiu. Ó, o Lapras caiu, hein? Lapras caiu, pegaram o Umbreon. Blastoise ultou. O Sifu tá vivo. Conseguiu garantir o objetivo, hein? Muito bom. O Sifu garantiu o objetivo. Slowbro vai tentar segurar. O Sifu vai pagar 40. Quase foi cancelado. Ok, a Clefairy não quis saber, pagou 6 mesmo ali e quebrou o gol. Umbreon ficou ali para trás. O Zoroark tentou ir para frente. O Sifu vai morrer. Ih, rapaz. O Lapras chegou stunando ali o Zoroark e deu a boa. O Sifu foi para cima, hein? Não quer saber de nada. Morre todo mundo, menos Slowbro. Esse Slowbro aí não vai cair fácil não, hein?
They still do need to watch out though, because that level 13 Zoroark is looking to pick up more KOs. However, they keep finding opportunities to shut it down between the gravity and the...
O time da Souls começa subindo. O Shifu tá farmando.
Together and they understand the force that Overlord is. You saw the Snowy disengage back to the Clefable, so Curium...
Luminosity ali também tá farmando. E será que a gente vai ter contestação? Intélio tá indo pro boot, hein? O Intélio não vai tentar pagar não. Ele vai lá no boot ajudar o Zoroark. O Umbreon tá segurando, fez o que pôde. Ok. Agora o Regelec vai entrar? Entrou, o Regelec entrou. Será que alguém vai tentar pagar? Vai, Lapras pagou 100. Luminosity viu que tá em desvantagem, iniciou a luta. Blastoise ultou, pegou 3. Umbreon já foi, hein? Slowbro com o Surf level 11 stunando todo mundo, segurou o Shifu. O Blastoise empurrou esse Urshifu na hora ruim, hein? Tragou o combo do Zoroark. Blastoise pensou em voltar, mas desistiu, hein? Desistiu, mas acabou que voltou, hein? O meu ele tomou stun. Umbreon tentou fazer a boa. Zoroark fazendo aquele 1v4. Ultou. Blastoise chegou na hora. Umbreon ultou de novo. Intélio ultou também. Agora vai meter tiro. Tentou fazer um tiro de desespero sem mirar. Deu muito ruim. O tiro foi meio vesgo, né? O Shifu entrou, saiu vivo. O time agora tá, os times estão resetando o combate. Essa Clefable aí tá segurando, hein? Infelizmente o Confei aí consegue segurar só um, né? Mas o time da Luminosity tem 2 tanques, um Slowbro que não morre. O Shifu tentou, foi lá em cima bloquear o gol, né? Ih, rapaz. O Fen ali fez a boa, hein? Fez a boa, mas morreu os dois. Os 3 morreram, hein? Será que o esportes agora vai começar o Rayquaza? Vai nada, não precisa, né? Blastoise tentando uma investida aqui no boot. Slowbro empurrou. Opa, entrou 22. É. O Sports levou a melhor, hein? GG. E mais uma vez, a maldição do Intélio tá aí sobre nós, né? Até agora o Intélio não conseguiu ganhar um jogo, hein? Mas... amanhã aí, ó, na ranqueada não vai aparecer ninguém jogando de Intélio, hein? Oi, foi por pouco, hein? Sabe se a Luminosity consegue encaixar ali uns pontinhos, hein? Com o Zoroark e a Confei. Talvez teria dado bom.
Oh, definitely. That was such a nail biter of a match. Now, we were saying S8UL, they might not be very well known to us, but can I just say, they are making themselves known by just being able to take a game of Luminosity.
Oh, I can't wait to see more from this team.
Nossa, olha só essa Clefable, mano. 140k de cura. Meu amigo, o que é isso, velho? O Lapras batendo 100k? Ô, louco. Eu acho que o próximo ban aí a gente sabe que vai ser o Lapras, né?
1-0 in that match. Time to Shine was able to bounce back and take 2 in a row in the other direction. The thing is, Luminosity Gaming put in a very precarious spot here in a group of only 3 teams. Even dropping a game in that match is a problem. Let's take another look at that match and see how S8UL really made it work.
Now we can obviously see the Urshifu getting taken down here, the defenses that they were putting on up, being able to take down and shut down that Inteleon earlier on.
Yeah. So good. I mean, Kello, though, I was asking it in the draft, and even more so, I didn't quite understand. Overlord on this Zoroark is stuff of a legend, but into double defender first pick, you're grabbing Zoroark? That is a tough draft to make work, and unfortunately, S8UL Esports able to out-tank and out-heal in so many situations. You see the Urshifu actually dodging back down the path with about a third of their HP remaining. That happened so many times. LG was really struggling to close knockouts unless they were these huge goal zone sieges.
But I think that's the thing, you could just see S8UL sticking together. They are that big clump, just the tankiness that they had. And then obviously having the Mute in the backline, just sniping them, it was incredible.
Yeah, the early poke damage definitely having some huge impact. Now these team fights really raged on the entire match. Every single time there was an objective engagement, it felt like we were going to have a huge team fight flow in the other way. And All Might on this Lapras was just absolutely absurd. A great last hit secure, and with that Registeel buff buffing everyone's special attack and attack damage, you were going to see an immediate flood of a team fight the other direction. Rin caught out here, unfortunately, by the Urshifu. They push him all the way and get a huge knockout. I mean, every time. S8UL playing together really well in terms of team coordination.
No, they definitely nailed that team coordination there. As we mentioned, just sticking together. But you know what? I feel like these team fights, it were definitely reflected in the stats. Obviously, those high healing, the high tanking, but also that high damage output as well. And you were talking about a flood. I feel like it was a flood with this new surfs, but also having the Blastoise surf there, obviously trying to knock them out of position and everything, but you just have S8UL.
Rapaz, com aquela luta final ali deu ruim, hein? Blastoise pegou todo mundo ali. E acabou que não fez quase que nada, hein?
Top tier 2 pad, and obviously, you know, defending that bottom pad as well. I think it's just reading, knowing what the opposite team is going to pull out.
Yeah, that Urshifu backing at that final second to just launch in and defend the goal zone was huge. And I mean, this game number 2 is going to be so interesting. Luminosity, with their backs against the wall in this situation, are currently hovering that Slowbro ban. This is something I'm really excited to see from them. I think that double defender was too much for them to deal with.
Bora lá pro jogo número 2, hein? Slowbro e Opa. Agora a Luminosity vai começar escolhendo. Pegou o Lapras. Claro. Lapras first pick. Ih, rapaz, agora a Soul Sports vai pegar o Inteleon. Será que eles vão conseguir quebrar a maldição do Inteleon? Agora nenhum dos times conseguiram ganhar com o Inteleon, hein? Inteleon e Umbreon. Rapaz, esses dois tanques aí são fortes, hein? Oh, pegar o Buzzrole. O Buzzrole é bom pra segurar esses Defender.
One thing in SAUL's credit, though, their early game is going to look fantastic. You have a Leafeon coming into the central area with an absurdly fast clear. You can get
Alolan
out so quickly and get your power spike, and then you're going to have Buzzwole holding down the top.
Terça arena?
Very, very strong start. Luminosity grabbing the Alolan Ninetales for Curios and Overlord.
Que nada, vai pegar o Shifu.
So we might actually see the rapid strikes of Shifu from Overlord. They do like that kind of more fast in your face style of play style.
Ok.
SAUL Esports going to stick with that.
Provavelmente essa Confei aí vai ficar no Shifu, né? Será que agora ela vai conseguir dar mais valor do que a Clefable? Clefable tá muito forte, mano. A cura dela tá absurdo.
Playing that really tanky composition. I feel like they're not as tanky this time round, and Luminosity have that brawler comp there. Obviously, having the double defender, the Urshifu on their side, obviously they're going to have to come against.
O Degois também era legal. Ele segurava bastante as TF. Daí ele foi ficando nerfado, tiraram a vida dele. E ele foi ficando balanceado.
This Umbreon goes for.
Final team fight, I think, is going to be the biggest point in this matchup around that Rayquaza pit. It's going to be very, very interesting. But of course, we have our two casters waiting to take it into game number 2. Sprinkles and Dupe Snacks.
Rapaz, que fumação é esse? Tô louco, tão boicotando aí a partida. Oh, e é só no time da Luminosity.
Right here, Luminosity. I felt like every single pick in that first game was a counter pick. Now that I look at game number 2, though, I'm loving the composition from Luminosity.
Yeah, it's really, really solid. I mean, it's pretty much what was just thrown at them. They're throwing it back the other way. However, you have to know that when you make these choices of Leafeon and Teleon back-to-back, that you're opening yourself up for the composition that you're clearly familiar with.
Yeah, you're going to run into a Lapras and you're going to run into an Umbreon. Trevenant is a great defender right here, but it definitely feels like it's a couple rungs down from what we're seeing on the side of
Agora nós temos um Inteleon na jungle. Rapaz, ó. O Trevenant foi e pegou, hein? Lolan ali quis segurar o farm pro Shifu, mas deu ruim que perdeu, hein? O time já tá pagando. Ali em cima tá tendo uma briga. Lapras só saiu correndo. Ligou o spray de cura. De correr. Bicho, a Leafeon ali deu uma chicotada que doeu, hein?
Catch the Leafeon out with a move like that as we have a fight ready to break out here. Overlord here in this bottom path, and they are going to keep jumping on in and look for some KOs right here.
O time da Luminosity vai tentar puxar o boot. Soul Sports está tentando puxar o top. Parece que botaram o Lapras para correr, hein? O Lapras está tentando segurar, hein? Ok, Intel conseguiu pagar. Conseguiu pagar e ainda roubou o farm do Lapras, hein? O Lapras ali tá passando fome. O Shifu vai correndo ali para dar aquele help. Agora o Buzzrole ficou abandonado, hein? Ele tenta correr para a base do inimigo para ganhar tempo, né? Para o time chegar e defender o gol. Boa estratégia, tá morto, né? Só o que resta é ganhar tempo. Inteleon e Leafeon já se posicionam ali para farmar no meio. Ok. Não tivemos nenhuma briga.
we're just seeing how much experience these two teams can try to take away from each other. Alolan Ninetales coming out here in game number 2. We've just seen this Pokemon.
O Alolan esperou e conseguiu pegar o farm, hein? Umbra conseguiu pagar, mas caiu. No final acabou caindo. Buzzrole tenta defender o gol sozinho. Chegou a Clefable. Lapras conseguiu pagar. Buzzrole tentou pegar o abacaxi, mas foi interceptado pelo Urshifu. E agora chegou o Inteleon. E foi embora. Chegou e foi embora. Confei ali fazendo a boa, saindo do Shifu, entrando no Lapras. Onde será que vai rolar aqui a luta, hein? O time da Soul está se locomovendo aqui pro boot, hein? Eles querem fazer esse Registeel. O Shifu tá ali no top, o Shifu e Confei. Luminosity tá indo pelo Regelec. Buzzrole chegou lá para atrapalhar, foi stunado pelo Regelec. Conseguiu pegar o Shifu e não garantiu o Regelec. Luminosity pegou o Regelec. Ok, a Souls conseguiu garantir aqui no boot. Poderia ter sido pior, né? Souls está tentando fazer um push aqui. Leafeon ultou, Umbreon caiu. Boa entrada do Alolan. Conseguiu congelar 3. Lapras chegou. E puxou 2, caiu 2. Trevenant, Clefable e Leafeon caíram. Será que esse Inteleon fica vivo? Não. Não tem nem tempo de falar. A time da Luminosity aproveita a vantagem e já invade a jungle dos inimigos. E sim. Lapras conseguiu pegar os dois, hein? O azul e o vermelho. Buzzrole pagou no top, quebrou o gol dos inimigos. Trevenant está tentando segurar, chegou o time para dar aquele apoio. O Urshifu tá indo em cima da Leafeon. Ele quer porque quer pegar a Leafeon, hein? Tivemos uma kill ali em cima com a Alolan, hein? Não derrubou o Buzzrole. Lapras aproveita o buff da jungle dos inimigos e começa a farmar ali em cima, né? Aquele XPzinho no cantinho que ninguém lembra de pegar. Trevenant tenta fazer a boa ali, mas não consegue puxar muita coisa não, hein? Alolan segurou bem.
Yeah, I actually did not say that. That was all you, Spraggles. Please stop misremembering and stop lying to our wonderful fans.
Vamos aqui agora para os objetivos. Apareceu o Regelec. O Urshifu vai entrando. Tomou o empurrão do Buzzrole. Buzzrole gastou a ultra. Inteleon tá ultando também. Ele tá com um dedinho vivo. O Urshifu caiu. E Confei caiu também. Agora nós temos ali os tanques. Conseguiram levar. Lapras tá levando todo mundo. Rapaz, esse Lapras aí matou todo mundo, hein? Levou o Inteleon, o Leafeon e a Clefable. A Umbreon tá tentando puxar ali o Regelec. E o Lapras tá ali brincando. Não deu muito bom não. Ele caiu pro Buzzrole. Será que o Buzzrole vai tentar roubar? Vai nada, vai nada. Luminosity já tá começando a puxar aqui o Regirock, hein? Já tá na metade. E chegou suporte a Leafeon, hein? O Shifu desistiu. A Leafeon. Faz o Shifu ali. Levou a Clefable de graça, hein? Luminosity garantiu o Regirock e agora vai puxar o boot. Aparentemente desistiram, estão invadindo a jungle dos inimigos. Inteleon conseguiu salvar o vermelho ali, né? Que tava sendo roubado dele. Luminosity vai tentar apagar no top. Olha, eles vão fazer um pique ali no Buzzrole, hein?
they were incredibly active.
Fizeram um pique no Buzzhole. Vão tentar pagar no top. O Shifu pagou. Entrou 37 no boot. Só Sports conseguiu defender o top, hein? Vai entrar 50? Será que esse 50 entra? Entra. A vantagem não tá pequena não, hein? 90 pontos de diferença? 90 pontos de diferença. A Souza agora vai ter que se esforçar para tentar fazer uma apagada ninja ou tentar fazer o Rayquaza, hein? Trevenant ali tentando jogar mais recuado. Tentou puxar o azul. E apareceu o Rayquaza. O time da Soul está defendendo o top, o meio. O Shifu vai tentar fazer um pique. E deu ruim. Tentou pegar o Buzzhole fugiu, ultou. A Alolan também ultou. E a Alolan caiu. O Buzzhole ficou vivo. E a Alolan caiu, hein? 3-2, hein? 3-2. O Shifu correu atrás do Trevenant. A Leafeon saiu correndo. A Umbreon que é briga. A Umbreon que é briga. Trevenant caiu. Luminosity não precisa de fazer o Rayquaza, eles sabem, só estão pegando os kills aqui. E ele tá com cara de que vão continuar quebrando o time inimigo, hein? É, vão continuar quebrando o time inimigo. Vai morrer um por um. Tentaram fazer uma invertida aqui no top. A Clefable segurou bem. A Alolan empurrou, fez aquele desengage. O Shifu pegou. Será que ele vai ser punido por pegar invadir a jungle? Tem nada. Clefable ali, ó. Não conseguiu segurar o dano do Shifu. Entrou mais 68. E vai entrar mais 100, hein? É, esse daí a Luminosity levou, hein? Entrou mais 98. É, parece que é GG, hein? Luminosity venceu mais esse match. 1-1. Vamos pro terceiro jogo. E a maldição do Intélio ainda está ativa aí, hein? Nenhum time conseguiu ganhar com o Intélio, hein?
No, it was almost like the research was reversed here, and one team didn't really know what the track record of the other one was, and couldn't make the adjustments on the fly. But guess what, Spragos? We got a game 3 for ourselves.
Yeah, and so many game 3s today, by the way, which is so awesome. I mean, this is such
Jogo 3. É, ninguém tá querendo deixar passar de boa não, hein? Não teremos nenhum 2-0 ainda.
Japan. We're going to send it back on over to Kello and Zoinks to break the whole thing down. Take it away.
Kello, if you told me that LG and SAU at least was to be going to a Game 3 in LG's debut match, well, I wouldn't have believed you, honestly. But we are here now, 1-1 between these two teams. What do you think changed up for LG in that game number 2?
Look, I told you earlier, they need to crack those knuckles and buckle up. Obviously, that first match was just their warm-up, and now they are really showing us why they were crowned the world champs last year. Obviously, such a dominant performance there. Who needs a Rayquaza? We don't need a Rayquaza here. We can just go get those back caps, and they just soared on up at the end, just widening that gap even further.
You can see they actually grabbed every other objective on the map. I mean, draft alone, I think, was the biggest thing in LG's credit. However, you can see their objective gameplay was also phenomenal in that game number 2. Take a look at the actual numbers of the game, though. Again, Lapras just really cooking up big numbers. Rin with 93,000 on this Pokemon, but Overlord, again, I don't know if we'll see them without 6-digit damage numbers in this tournament. Already looking fantastic. Slash with only 33,000 damage. However, that mean look gameplay was looking really good in that game number 2.
Oh, definitely providing those mean looks there. But then you know what? You also have Elo, the trusty Comfey pocket by your side. And we were saying, obviously, in comparison to a Clefable, you only have that. But I think they definitely spread that out well. But look at this. Team highlights. Obviously, going in, diving down, that Inteleon, you cannot escape a Comfy and Urshifu combo.
Yeah, I mean, the change up to the Rapid Strike Urshifu instead of the Zoroark is definitely a pretty big swap. You are going with a different school of thought, but what it gives you is a little less all-in. If Zoroark goes in and doesn't find that knockout, you're sort of up the creek without a paddle. In an Urshifu, a chance you have a bit of a different angle. Of course, the Unite move can really swing things the other direction there. Can we talk about Curios on that Alolan Ninetales? This Pokemon has had so much impact in our tournament so far, and I don't think it's going to be stopping anytime soon. This A9 has been so strong. LG definitely feeling a little bit better after that game number 1. Some nods of approval from the squad. And our player of the game is going to go to Overlord on their Urshifu.
Look, surprise, surprise, really. But obviously, having that attack weight there, getting those stacks in early, but as you mentioned, going for that surging strikes move, having the maneuverability over that rapid strike instead, I feel like this really pays off, especially when you have that Comfy pocket.
Yeah, and honestly, we don't talk too much about liquidation, but with the way Overlord plays it, I think it really is a highlight of that move. It shreds defenses on the enemies every time you hit one of those, so you're going to see a lot of big engages immediately followed up by the Urshifu stamping on the ground to make the liquidation happen, and then following up on top of that. So far, the draft strategy has stayed similar for SAUL. LG swapping it up a little bit, going a little more tanky in game number 2, and more importantly, you know, pulling a bit less of the Overlord effect in game number 2, and instead going for something with a bit more consistency. Also, Rin on that in Blastoise in game number 1 and Lapras in game number 2 was a pretty big change. I really do think Lapras is one of the most impactful Pokemon that we are going to see in this tournament. And saying that, I'm really curious if SAUL is going to use that as their ban.
Well, they're obviously going to have that advantage now. They have that first pick. So it's going to be a question of, do you lock down that Lapras, or do you end up getting an Umbreon if it's not banned, or possibly a Slowbro? Like, that's the thing. In terms of defenders, I feel like they're the top.
E começamos aqui o draft do jogo número 3. Lapras. Nesse jogo aqui não teremos o Lapras. Nos últimos 2 jogos aí o Lapras fez um estrago grande, hein? Bateu mais de 90k. Vamos ver o que a Soul agora vai começar a pegar. Será que elas vão pegar Umbreon? Lithium? Nope. Luminosity vai abrir com Slowbro. Intélio. Luminosity perdeu. Parabéns, a Soul ganhou. Nada, ainda tá só começando, né? Será que agora vamos ter a quebra da maldição do Intélio?
SAUL the chance to take Umbreon away, and yes, they are going to grab it. SAUL has to. They are backed into a corner in this draft mode. If they don't pick Umbreon, you're giving over double defender to a team like Luminosity, which is just terrifying to have to deal with. So they're going to grab the Umbreon, they're going to grab the Clefable, which has been their support of choice for sure. Luminosity Gaming, though, hovering their last 2 selections. We might see a switch up for
Zacian.
grab the Blissey, and then of course
No time da Luminosity vamos ter Zacian e Chessie.
Western team pick this Pokemon.
Hello, Zoinks, what is happening? We have another Zacian pick alongside a Blissey, so it's obviously going to be...
Será que a Souls vai puxar aquele Double Tank de novo? Double Tank tá ajudando bastante, hein? Double Tank, Blastoise de Pay to Win. Blastoise de óculos.
Zacian I would consider to be one of the best tank shredders in the game of Pokemon Unite right now. And a final selection is going to be Overlord on the Venusaur. So a lot of range damage. They're going to be relying on Rin and Slash to be the ones to open up space. Not an easy task, however. And they're probably going to be going up into a Surf Stoice.
Time da Luminosity puxando 2 DPS. E time da Souls puxando 2 tanques. Se o Slowbro conseguir fazer uma frontline legal, o Intélio consegue sair pipocando esses tanques aí, né?
Definitely be really strong, but one thing I am really excited to see is Overlord on the Venusaur. Obviously they have that Slick Spoon and those choice specs. Oh wait, no, they got rid of the Slick Spoon instead, opting for a more tankier build and the Rapid Fire Scarf. What do you think about that, Zoinks?
I like it, but let's see what
let's move on.
Let's see what the casters have to think about it.
Yeah.
Spraggles and Deuce next, take it away.
Yeah, what a composition from these 2 teams. First off, we've got Zacian from a Western team, something we haven't seen yet, and I really do feel like Rin could make this Pokemon look amazing. And then we've got Overlord on what looks to be the Petal Dance Giga Drain version of Venusaur. We're gonna have to see what happens when they bring it into game.
Yeah, which all leads me to believe that maybe the Inteleon is going back to Snipe Shot, trying to play it a distance.
I would say so. I would think that it is here as we head into game.
Jogo número 3, começamos.
First pick being Leafeon on the side of SA.
A Leafeon aqui já vai indo pra jungle. E o Venusaur vai ficar na jungle. Venusaur na jungle. Eles agora não quiseram colocar o Inteleon na jungle. Será que esse Venusaur aí vai pegar Solar Beam? Eu acho que não, hein? Acho que provavelmente ele deve pegar Pétala de Dança e Giga Drain, né? Pra dar um espaço pro Inteleon mirar.
The K opener that quickly into Rin's hands, of course, already taking over to level 4, and now they're going to be able to just farm out this wild Pokemon. I'll tell you what, Snowy's got to look really good off this Leafeon if they want to try to contest with that Zacian.
A little bit of a misstep there from Elo in the top path. They need to make sure that they feed all of that Eos energy over to the Zacian, but they do have 8 right now, which lets them use that Intrepid Sword. It lets them use their passive there.
Leafeon foi no top, desistiu, ela deu uma corridinha aqui no boot, tentou pegar o Slowbro. Tentou pegar o Slowbro, né? Parou por aí. Slowbro é o tancão, hein? Ok, conseguiram garantir ali bastante XP no meio. Agora vão ali pagar lá em cima. Clefable tentou pagar, mas foi punida. Foi punida e faleceu. Ó, nós temos ali... Rapaz, a Alolan teve visão, hein? Inteleon tentou fazer a boa e saiu vivo. Quase que ele foi punido pela Leafeon, hein?
Yeah, it's not a full camo when it walks along the wall. It just kind of gives it like a little bit of a fuzzy, like transparent look, so you can still suss it out and see it, unlike Sableye.
That's right, yeah. You were able to see this Pokemon, a little bit of predator action almost. You can kind of see it moving around that jungle.
A Alolan já se preparou ali no meio. Vai fazer o combinho. O Venusaur chegou. Chegou de Giga Drain, hein? Giga Drain, Giga Drain, Giga Drain. Giga Drain. Ele vai pra cima, hein? Ele vai pra cima, ele quer mais, hein? A Alolan tentou fazer a boa, congelou. Ok, conseguiu pegar o Zacian. Mas foi 3 contra 1, né? Luminosity teve a vantagem ali da briga. Aproveita a vantagem e paga ali no top. O Artotou ali ficou preso. Será que ele vai conseguir fugir? Vai nada, ele pegou o farmzinho e vai garantir mais um stack no óculos. Não conseguiu fugir, mas roubou o abacaxi dos inimigos, né? Tirou aquela vantagem da Luminosity. Mas parece que a luta vai ser aqui embaixo, hein? O Regirock ali já está sendo atacado pelos inimigos. Soul Sports começa o engage. Venusaur já chegou, ultando. E foi morto pela Leafeon. Chase tentou abrir, Inteleon tentou pegar, mas o Regirock deu um passo para frente, hein? Zacian chegou, chegou fazendo o combo, ele não tinha ultado não, né? Inteleon vai para cima dos inimigos e não consegue usar ulta. O time da Soul Sports recua rapidinho. Inteleon fez uma invertida violenta aqui e quase foi punido pela Alolan. Luminosity vai fazer aquele push aqui no top. Vai garantir a quebra no gol. O Inteleon caiu. Snorlax segura a Leafeon, mas sem dano para matar a Leafeon, ela sai de boa. Esse Regielec aí vai entrar lá na T2, hein? Regielec tranquilo, sem contestação. Eles vão tentar puxar? Tentar invadir, ó. Slowbro já tá abrindo as moitas. Eles já estão pegando ali o farm no meio. Slowbro tá indo lá no boot. Ninguém vai puxar o Regielec, não. Lithium fez a boa ali, levou o Intellium. Será que ele vai conseguir sair? Mas ele tá com 1 de vida. Olha os ovos. Esse conseguiu acertar aqui o ovinho. Agora a Luminosity tenta puxar. O Venusaur ultou, mas foi deletado pela Lolan. Zacian agora tá entrando, tá fazendo um estrago. Pegou a Clefable. Umbra tá tentando segurar, mas caiu. Luminosity conseguiu pagar bem, bastante ali no boot, hein? Quebrou o gol dos inimigos. Agora tirou a vantagem do avanço da Esports ali em chegar no Regirock. Eles nem tentaram contestar. Resolveram farmar XP ali no cantinho. Ele tá farmando. Zacian tá ali farmando.
And it is a thing of beauty so far. Yeah, already level 12, biggest thing on the map, and it's been a long time since we've seen Rin outpace Overlord in terms of level. They actually taken a back seat on this team and be more of like the attack.
Luminosity quer mais, hein? Luminosity quer mais. Pegaram a Lithium ali desprevenida. Forçaram a outra dela. Ok, o Zacian caiu. Não foi tão punido assim por não ter matado ele na outra, né? Conseguiu compensar ali no final. E esses Slowbro aí, eles estão cercando ele, hein? Eles não querem kill, eles querem pontos. Ninguém correu atrás do Slowbro. Slowbro segurou a Lolan. O Snorlax tá cheio. O Blastoise ultou ali. Pegou o Venusaur. Venusaur que não morre. Venusaur imortal fez a boa. Giga Drain. E não vai cair, hein? Não vai cair. Sapo Cururu. O sapão não vai cair. Luminosity já começa a rotação pra cima, né? Pra garantir aquele Regielec. Pegaram ali uma Clefable desprevenida, só que ela conseguiu sair.
It should be about level 14 by this end fight, which is a huge moment. Nice snipe shot, but no, a low Ninetales.
A Lolan conseguiu roubar? Rapaz.
Right up there with Lapras, just so many big plays from these Pokémon as SA.
Eu acho que dava pro Intellium ter pegado ali, hein? Esperou muito pra dar o tiro.
A great performer since May. We've been looking at his alone Ninetales, and it's really just kind of kept pace and been able to keep up with the new Pokémon.
A Umbreon tentou pagar ali no boot e faleceu. Ninguém vai fazer ali o Registeel. Ok, eles já vão preparar ali pra luta pro Rayquaza, hein? O Venusaur já tá pegando o buffzinho. Conseguiu pegar o azul. Vai pegar o vermelho. O Slowbro já tá abrindo aqui a moita. Umbreon também tá abrindo a moita. O Blastoise ali achou um Zacian no top. E a Souls começa a dar aquele poke no Rayquaza. O Venusaur chega ali dando aquele Giga Drain. Não conseguiu pegar ninguém. Opa, agora pegou a Umbreon. O time da Soul Sports tá sendo recuado, hein? Tá esperando o momento. A Lithium tentou pagar, mas já tem lá o Zacian. O Zacian recuou para segurar 6. Blastoise também. Agora era a hora da Luminosity entrar, hein? Agora é a hora, hein? Eles viram que deu ruim ali em cima. Chegou. Blastoise segurou a Clefable. Venusaur ultou. Ele usou a poção irrefreável. Partiu acima do Lolan. Caiu. Agora nós só temos a Umbreon e o Blastoise, hein? Luminosity começa a puxar o Rayquaza. E o Blastoise chegou flanqueando, dando aquele spin to win. O time da Soul Sports já está voltando, hein? Já está voltando. Esse Venusaur vai cair? Não, o Venusaur não cai não, rapaz. A Lithium tentou pegar o Intellium, deu ruim. O Zacian tá ali, foi cercado pela Umbreon. Luminosity vai ter que puxar esse Rayquaza. Agora é a hora, hein? Será que alguém vai roubar? E o Slowbro pegou. Slowbro pegou. A Luminosity vai correndo e vai tentar garantir os pontinhos. 9 segundos. 8. Esse conseguiu pagar. E Venossauro conseguiu pagar. GG. Luminosity levou a melhor de 3, hein? E quebrou a maldição do Intélio. Finalmente nós tivemos uma partida em que o Intélio ganhou.
Cut him so hard they were barely balancing on top and just happened to fall back into the ring feet first and find a way to win this thing.
GG.
S8UL just showed the world what India is all about, and you got to give them every ounce of credit that they deserve. They just took the current world champions to the wire.
Yeah, they took them to the wire right there, and honestly, if you're Luminosity, you can see it in their faces. You do not feel good about that victory. Of course, you want the win right there, but that was a nail biter, to say the least. That could have gone either way right there. What an amazing secure. I believe it was Slash that was able to get the final hit there on that Rayquaza. But wow, cutting it close, Luminosity.
Cutting it close indeed, and I'll be honest, if ELO wasn't playing one of the games of their life on that Blissey, they don't even have a chance to win that game. That Overlord exchange that we were talking about, that they won kind of in the late stages, about the 4-minute mark, that was breaking point number 1. Breaking point number 2 is at the Rayquaza, and they were on the brink of
big damage do Venossauro.
Incredible stuff right there. You take a look at Luminosity, got 101,000 damage on Overlord, and of course a lot of that was because, like you said, of Elo. I gotta say the Alola Ninetales looking amazing on the side of S8UL that entire match. Same thing with the Clefable. Really, really impressive stuff here from S8UL. I mean, a heartbreaker of a finish for this team. Let's take a look at some of these big moments right here.
Big moments indeed. Kicking it off here, we had a nice little KO on top of
Venossauro não quer saber de nada, só foi pra cima.
This was the moment that just pivoted, and this is the Overlord really leveling up here. This would allow them to get level 9 super early before the first objective.
Yeah, and that was massive. However, they did pick up a huge KO on it, so they actually had a lot of opportunities to take down Overlord in some of these big fights. We see later that does not happen. They throw everything in the kitchen sink at them, all the yellow Christmas lights, taking everything off the house, but they were not able to shut it down as this match goes on, and that's obviously exactly what Luminosity was looking for here. However, we saw some huge moments from S8UL. As we'll see here in a second, they peel off and make a big score, put themselves ahead at Rayquaza.
Yeah, absolutely. What I thought was going to be an in scenario, we were going for the
Rapaz, aquela luta ali foi braba, hein? O Venossauro ficou com 1 de vida, sobreviveu e ainda matou todo mundo. O Venossauro aí teve um valor gigante.
There are more members of Luminosity there. It's a weighted flip, if you will. But at the same time, I mean, that's just such a stressful moment for the squad. The MVP, Overlord on the Venusaur. And that is not a Beamasaur. That was a Petal Dance Giga Drain Venusaur here. The item's actually a little different from what we saw. They switched out the choice specs, Slick Spoon, I believe, for the Rapid Fire Scarf and the Focus Band right here. Obviously, more of what you see when you're in the middle of those fights and you're brawling so intensely like Overlord loves to do.
Well, Overlord may have been on the graphic, but I give it to Elo. Let's get a Group G update here as we take a look where we're at. S8UL pretty much eliminated here 0-2. Time to Shine 1-0, LG 1-0, and that is LG's first step to trying to take down this group.
Yeah, incredible stuff here. Luminosity is going to go up against Time to Shine, and that is going to decide who is going to move forward in this group. We've got an interview ready on stage right now with Kello and Overlord. Let's send it on over to him.
I am here with Overlord from Luminosity, the player of the match from last game, and I think multiple times as well. But obviously, Overlord being back on the world stage, how does that feel to be here for the second time?
Oh yeah, it feels great to be back. I could definitely tell we felt a little bit of nerves, from last year, but I think, as the tournament goes on, we'll get more confident, and I think we'll be right back to where we were last year, Worlds. Hopefully winning again Grand Final. So.
Yes, definitely just a warm-up, right? But I need to know, Obviously, there are a lot more teams here this year. Are there any teams in particular you cannot wait to verse?
O chat. Vou fazendo uma pausa aqui. Já bateu uma canseirinha. Amanhã a gente volta aí pra continuar assistindo, né? Tomara que amanhã a gente tenha os jogos aí do Brasil, né? Vai, Brasil! Certinho? Muito obrigado pela audiência, pela paciência. Tenha um ótimo fim de noite. E fui!